dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just so by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes, stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you.
And I'm glad I'm able to help raise up a community of black men.
Theo had this crazy idea of teaching black men what he had learned in the tech field.
If you're resistant to change, you only want to do one thing or one way, yeah, you're not going to make it.
This is about taking men, black men, and making them better men.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out, shout out, shout out to everybody watching here on Love Crossing Borders, Andre and Andrea. We're going to have a great night. You better have paper and pen in hand. It's one of those particular episodes, paper and pen in hand, because there's going to be a lot of information that we're going to be sharing. We're going to have some special guests come up on the show. Shout out to all you guys that are here this wonderful, wonderful evening. It is Friday night, drinking here. My drink is just some coffee tonight. And cologne of the evening is John Varvatos, the classic man cologne. Is very good, fresh out the shower. Good sex scent. It's one of those scents that you can have sex, not too strong. Good date night scent. John Varvatos Vintage is the cologne of the night. John Varvatos Vintage. And it's not expensive at all. It's not expensive at all. So shout out to all you guys that are here. I got my pen and paper in hand. I'm ready as well. We're going to have some videos in regards to tonight's topic, because the topic of tonight is we're going to be talking about and interviewing guys regarding jobs that you can do as far as online remote work, as well as overseas government contract jobs. We're going to be talking about that tonight. That's very important in regards to what you guys are going to get. We're going to give you some websites to go to, some links. if you are on the Patreon, I'm going to show this right now. If you are a Patreon member, a paid Patreon member, so if you're just a $5 dude all the way up to $100, it is already located on the Patreon. So let me pull that up, let you guys see what we're looking at on the Patreon. I'm going to drop the link for you guys to join the Patreon as well. But let me do a screen share real quick to the Patreon and let you guys see what's already there. So if you are on the Patreon, I could blow this up a little bit more, let you guys see it a little better. Okay, so if you're on the, let me shrink that a little bit. There we go. So if you're on the Patreon, like I say, if you're on $5 member, as long as you're a paid member, I've posted this already on there. So everything that we're going to talk about, I posted a YouTube video on there regarding somebody's explaining step by step once they got approved of the government contract, how they apply for their contract. So I put that in there. I'll also put in here an article that I wrote in regards to government contracts. I gave you a breakdown of everything, how to get those contracts, how to get those jobs, how to land the lucrative opportunities, the application to development. So step by step, I put that off in there. Remember, we already talked about the tax-free opportunities that are out there, or the tax breaks that you get when you don't live in the United States. So I wrote a full-scale article, gave you some step-by-step tips, but then down here, this is what you want to look at. When you're in the Patreon, you want to look at the PDF, because let's click on the PDF, and I'm going to open up what just downloaded, and you get a chance to see what we're going to be looking at this evening. So these are the type of jobs that are already posted that we're going to look at these links, each one of these links tonight as well, watch videos as well as do interviews. So if you don't catch the links, if you kind of come in late or you have to leave, go to the bathroom for something, don't worry. If you're already a part of the Patreon, everything that we're talking about tonight is going to be on the Patreon, including this full scale interviews. This whole episode is going to go directly to the Patreon, so you guys will be able to take advantage of it. But if you're already on the Patreon, you can go ahead and do that. Second thing that we're going to be talking about as far as housekeeping is I also put on this list a list of some of the top remote job banks. So the other links that we were just looking at, all these have to do with international job contracts where you leave the United States and you go out there and you work. These are down here. These are remote job banks. So if you can't leave the States and you're trying to find something that's remote, but yet you want to do internationally, these are the top job banks for individuals that are in the States or in Canada or in UK, but you want to find a company that's outside the States that you want to work for. Remember what I always say, the top jobs are actually, your competition is low because there aren't that many people outside the States that are going for what you guys are asking for. And then also what David mentioned, tonight is, he said, Andre, I misplaced your email address. Don't worry, because tonight I need you guys who want to be in the WhatsApp group. I'm going to be dropping this throughout the night. Those guys who want to be in we have a WhatsApp group of 60 guys. We have a WhatsApp group of 60 guys. This group is the remote and government contract job group. So guys that are encouraging guys who've already done it and they've been doing it for years, they're in the group, as well as guys such as yourself that needs information about it. They're in the group as well. In order to get in that WhatsApp group, all you need to do is email me your name. If only your first name, don't email me your YouTube name. Email me your first name and your phone number if you're on WhatsApp, and I'll get you in the group tomorrow morning. No, it won't be tomorrow morning. It'll be more like Sunday. I'll have you in the groups by Sunday, because tomorrow, many of us tomorrow morning, we're going up to the statue of Crystal Ray, the giant statue of Christ here in Cali. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. And then tomorrow afternoon, I'll have a consultation. But between tomorrow and Sunday, I will have whoever wants to get into the group is free, no charge. There's so much information in that WhatsApp group that guys are sharing with each other when it comes to getting remote work as well as government contract work. So if you want to be a part of that, and like I said, all you need to do is, as I put my email address in, all you need to do is just shoot me an email with your name and your phone number so I can add you to the WhatsApp group. Shout out to all you guys that are here. This is going to be an extremely busy evening for your boy. Oh, look at it. Look at me. I'm putting the wrong thing on the Gmail. There we go. All right. Misspelling my name. Get it together, Mr. Spence. There we go. Let me copy that. All right. So there's my email address. All you have to do is just send me an email starting now with your name, even if it's just your first name or last name, doesn't matter, and your phone number, area code 2. Do not leave out your area code. I'm in Colombia, so don't just be throwing the number up there. Well, you don't have to put the area code. I know it's 1, but my point is that I want to get as many of you guys into that WhatsApp group. We've already got 60 guys there from the last video we did like this. Over 60 guys joined the group. And so now anybody that's interested to get into that WhatsApp group that has so much information, make sure you do that. He said, Andre, I misspelled your email address and Mrs. Spence. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool, Dave. That's cool. Shout out to all you guys showing love by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats this evening. So this is the list that we're going to go through. But if you are already in the Patreon, all of this, as well as 300 other job listings, so you get both if you're in the Patreon. You're just going to get this tonight. If you're part of the live stream tonight, you get this listing that we just looked at. But if you're in the Patreon, I don't care if it's $5 or $10 just to support the channel, you get both the listings and you get the full scale step-by-step article on how to do it that I put together. And let's scroll to the top. You get the YouTube video of the young lady explaining step by step how she got into government contracting and what steps she needs to take. So we're going to be looking at that, as well as we got guys come aboard that we're going to be interviewing as well. So shout out to all the guys that'll be coming up this evening as well. And I just dropped this, as you could tell, just 31 minutes ago. So all this is fresh information, all updated. So you guys will really, really enjoy this particular article and all the information that everybody else got to rush to write down. You don't have, if you're in the Patreon, you don't have to worry about it, because all you got to do is just go into the Patreon and and the paid members, all you got to do is just go directly to this article that's already in there waiting for you, just to give you guys a heads up. Save you some time. That's some of the benefits of the Patreon. I put a lot of stuff off in there. I do a lot of work, man. A lot of work for us all. But let me put some music on for us, because it's kind of quiet. I was wondering what's different tonight. It's quiet. Let's get us some music going here. Let me scroll down. Shout out to all the guys that are here. We're going to have the guests come up in a few moments. Let me take this off stage, remove this from the studio. That intro, and let's get us some music going. David Dice right out the gate with the, excuse me, yeah, eyelash makes your eye itch. David Dice said this with a $2 love. He said, Andre, I misspelled your email address and Mrs. Spence. It's okay, brother. It's okay. And now you, as a moderator, you should have the ability to just take the link that I just dropped and share it throughout the night, if you guys don't mind doing that for me. Appreciate you. And we first one that's showing some love as well is my boy FBA J in the building. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Glad to see you here to gather this information. He say, what's going down from the LCB family. Shout out to all you guys that are out there. I appreciate you guys being here. Let me close this out right here. Remove that from stage. All right. And let's go here. Give a shout out to my man Tevin King in the building, always showing some love. Appreciate you being here, Tevin. Really do. Really do. Yeah, it's going to be a good night tonight, gentlemen. They put that logo back up. There we go. The new logo for Love Crossing Borders. And shout out to my man Kofa being in the building. Kofa said he just sent an email, so I'm going to be looking at my emails throughout the night as well, gentlemen. Like I said, mañana, tomorrow, I'll start the process right before I have to do a consultation. I'll be starting the process of getting some of you guys in the group. So thus far, I have, and the reason why I pulled my email up just to say the name. So I got Christopher, I got Marquez, I got Sankofa. Shout out to you, Sankofa, in the building. I got Al, I got William, I got and I got William. Thus far, that's who I have. So once again, make sure that you send me just your name and your phone number, and I'm going to get you into that group that we have on WhatsApp. Over 60 guys are already in there, and that is no cost. That is the remote jobs and the government contract and overseas jobs. That group is dedicated to that. Shout out to you guys that are here. In a few moments, our special guests, at least some of our special guests, will be coming up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll back up to the top. Shout out to me and Celebrate Life in the building. Numero uno. Shout out to you. We got David Dice in the building, Don. We got AKA Don, the JP, and we got David Dice as well being in the building. Shout out to you for being here. Let me change that color real quick. It's the little things that you notice. It's the little things. Let's go here. Style. Bam. There we go. Make that classic blue. All right. Shout out also to, let me get back up here. Once again, David Dice in the building. My boy right there. My boy. Aiken, good man right there. That's a good man, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good man. Shout out to that brother. Got a chance to chop it up with him today, man. It was fun. It was great, man. Shout out to Kenny Peoples in the building, who's always sending me videos that inspire me to create certain content. So shout out to you once again, guys. As you guys come in who haven't heard, if you want to be a part of the WhatsApp group, absolutely free, the WhatsApp group, all you have to do that has to do with government contracts and has to do with remote jobs. There's over 60 guys already in there. All you have to do is just send me an email right now, and I'll get you in the group starting tomorrow, and you should be in there by Sunday. I'm going to start tomorrow. Last time we did this video, we got over 60 guys that actually have made it in there. Want you guys to be in there as well. And all the information starting next week that has already been posted in that WhatsApp group, I'm going to move it down so all you new guys will have access to all the information that's been shared in the WhatsApp group over the last 6 months. So you guys won't miss out. So shout out to you guys. My man Tori is in the building. Good evening, family. Another Friday in our Lord. Amen. He said, may all of us have good health and strength. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you, brother. He said, is this job guaranteed to get me Aki? Get me out of Aki? Get me out of here? Yeah. That's up to you, Kenny. Get me out of here. That's a good one. Shout out to you. Let me scroll down a little further because I know there's quite a few guys in here. We got over 60 people in here. Make sure you click the like button. We like you. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family, first of his name. Shout out to you guys. Let's scroll down a little further. El Patron is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to you. Glad to see you here. Let me go back to the super chat, show you guys some love. Shout out to my man D May in the building. He said 3X AWX certificate. Man, that's what I'm talking about. He said September can't come any sooner. Just sent you an email. Let me go back over the names. I see Frazier here. I see my brother Marv is in here. I see Joey in here, and I'm reading off of the emails that I've received so far. Joey's in here. Elkins in here. We got Janquez in here in the emails. I got once again Joseph, Marquise, Sankofa, Al, Al Ray, and William. Those are the names that I have so far that are going to be going into the WhatsApp group. Shout out to you guys. Once again, if you're a Patreon member, all the information that we're going to be discussing tonight will automatically be in the Patreon waiting for you. So you don't have to worry about anything that we have. I'm going to be bringing up Ronan in a few moments, and I hope our other guests are able to make it over as well. I've sent them the link. So shout out to our brother Ronan being here. And Master of None is in the building, showing $5 love. He said, I appreciate all that you're doing for us, brothers. Looking forward to tonight's episode. Yes, sir. And my man Alexis is in the building as well. So shout out to Master of None and Ronan with the $5 and the $2 love. Appreciate you guys. Let me go back right here to my man Dollar Bills. Dollar Bills, y'all, is in the building as well. As once again, my man Tori is in the building. We got YouTube as a habit representing, as well as my man Them Tar Heels. Them Carolina boys back in the building. Shout out to you, brother. I ain't seen you in a hot minute, so I'm glad to see you back, man. Once again, shout out to Aiken. Global Homie is in the building, along with my brother, Lee. LJ, the Southern Vegan, is representing. Shout out to you being here as well. And Black Empowerment 01, that is in the building as well. Let me make sure I scroll and get everybody else, show everybody some love, such as my man Dollar Bills and Black Scorpion is representing in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Yes, sir. Once again, appreciate you, D-May, for the love that you've shown thus far. And my man Montrez is in the building. Good evening at Paper and Pen in Hand. Shout out to you being here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And shout out to my man, let me see if I can pronounce this. Mark Trades. Shout out to you being here. I probably pronounced that correctly. He said, can't wait for this show. 22 and looking to move in 6 months out the years overseas. Man, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, you young guys, man, I'm jealous of y'all. I wish that I've been thinking like this, relocating and enjoying other countries at 22. Man, I would have been forgotten about by my family members, because they'd be like, man, once upon a time we had a cousin named Andre. I've been gone at 22 too. I ain't gonna never lie to you. Shout out to my man Antoine in the building. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Salute to you as well. Glad to see you here. And my man, once again, Akins is here. And let me scroll down, make sure I got everybody. Looks like I have thus far. Mellow Life is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He say, what's going down, everybody? He say, Texas Boys is in the building. You know how them Texas boys do. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys. So thus far, I've given all the shout outs, and we're going to be bringing our guest up, our first guest. Going to be bringing him up, and that is my man, Ronan Travels in the building. Let's show some love to that man.
Hey, hold on. I got my own soundbite. Hold on. Here you go.
Bring it up. Let me turn my music down too so I can hear it. I didn't hear you, Ronan. I see you. I see you getting your Slim Goody license, Ronan.
Hey,
oh, you think
hey, I got to.
I see you getting your Slim Goody license, Ronan.
You see what I got to deal with here, brother. So I got to get myself back in, some decent shape. I'm dealing with. I see. You know what I'm saying?
I see, man. You looking good, bro. Boy, Philippines treating you right. That's what I'm talking about right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had to bring my Kansas City with me, right?
Yes, sir. Got to bring the KC.
Right.
Got to bring the KC. All right. We got a great topic. Let me pull up our background, the normal background that we use. Let me pull that up. There we go. That looks more like Love Crossing Borders now. Okay. Tonight's topic is, I want to start off talking about, and I know we got a couple of other people that are supposed to be coming up as well. I want to start off talking about, why do you think from doing my homework or my research over this topic over the last couple of years, Why do you think that black people have such a fear of going overseas? I see, and I'll tell you why I say that in regards to government contracting and private contracting, overseas contracting in general. Why do you think that you see whites can invite their sons, their daughters to do contract work? The wifey is doing contract work. The whole family, as soon as dad started doing overseas contract work, he's able to bring everybody in. Why is it that you think that when it comes to black people, you might see a sister here, 6 months later, you might see two brothers, but it's not as common among our people, even though the opportunity is out there? What do you think the fear is that we have about overseas contract work?
The biggest thing is the fear of unknown. 1, 2, a lot of people in our community aren't used to traveling, period, unless they were prior military or they grew up in an affluent family where they traveled a lot. So those are two disconnects right there. We don't travel a lot as young people, so we go for what we know. We're used to the inner cities, we're used to our state, but they're not used to actually being comfortable being anywhere other than USA because they haven't had any experience doing it. That's why there's so few of us that have passports. If you really look at it, so many few brothers have actual passports. If you traveled overseas, you are a prior military, or you came from some background or encouragement to want to go overseas because somebody told you, hey man, you got to check this out. Other than that, there's not a lot of brothers around here with passports. And then you got our community itself. Women want to talk down to men. Why you need to go over there? Why can't you do what you need to do here? They're going to shame, insult you, and guilt you to why you want to go somewhere other than that. And I'm going to bring up a perfect example. Right after the Gulf War, they were doing a lot of contract work overseas to rebuild Kuwait and all the stuff we destroyed, right? The contracts are guaranteed $250,000 a year annually. You got 3 to 4 vacations a year. They put you up in a private home. They put your kids in private school. They flew you back and forth. My wife at the time was totally against it.
Wow.
She did not want to take advantage of that opportunity.
Why do you think that was? What in your personal case? Was it based off of many of the things you just said?
Yeah, absolutely. And her inexperience, she had dealt with being overseas, and really her overseas life when I was still in the military, because I gave her a choice. I had already deployed to the Gulf, and I was re-upping on my contract. So I re-upped for another 4 years, and I said, look, I'm going to be in the same deployable situation unless we choose an overseas duty station. Now for the Marine Corps, overseas was technically either Japan as a duty station or Hawaii, believe it or not. Even though it was a U.S. territory, it was still considered overseas. So I asked her, I said, which location would you rather go to? I said, now you already know Japan's going to be a language barrier. So you're trying to go out in the town and do a whole bunch of things. You got to deal with Japanese people, blah, blah, blah. Or we can go to Hawaii. So we chose to go to Hawaii. Right. So she knew what it felt like to be overseas. Now I tell you, she didn't even handle that well. She ran up, and this is back in the 80s, early 90s. She ran up a $3,000 phone bill calling her mama back in California, brother. I was like, that's enough. I sent her ass back home with the kids.
You say with the kids?
I was in on-base housing. We were in a comfortable situation. It wasn't like I had to stay in the barracks and it was a whole difficult thing. We were in on-base housing. Comfortable. And she still could not stand being in Hawaii enough that she could not stop running up phone bills. And just hating life. So can you imagine, even though you had an opportunity over $250,000 a year, back then in the 90s,
dang,
she turned that down because she didn't want to go overseas. She would miss her family too much. So that's another thing, fellas, to consider if you are married. Working abroad and overseas, you got to make sure you got a significant partner that is willing and wanting to take on that adventure and work with you. Or like Andre, myself, and some others, you go find somebody over there that's already there, that's accommodating to your lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? Either way.
That's true.
Either way.
That's true. Hey, Ronan, is there anything that I need to do on this end for you to be able to stream it onto your channel?
Oh, I'm already locked in. I'm already
Okay,
streaming.
cool. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
because I appreciate you being here, man. And the reason why I'm starting off, before we talk about contracts, before we talk about jobs, before we talk, we showcase some of the videos and watching and critique others that are doing it. I just want to rip off the Band-Aid, gentlemen. I just want to rip off the Band-Aid. There are so many opportunities. It may not be 250. It may be 85 or 70,000. And some of you guys, many of us, you see what I'm saying, may not even have 70,000. And the problem is we fear leaving the United States regarding the 70,000. Some people hear the term, the other thing, some people hear the term Middle East or Southeast Asia, and you only go by the definition of what the United States showed you. A lot of you guys don't know what Kuwait looks like. You don't know what Qatar looks like. You don't know what Jordan looks like. You don't know what Thailand looks like. You don't know what the Philippines look like. You're just going by what the government programmed you to think about other countries. So we wanted to rip the Band-Aid off of that fear. Am I correct in regards to that? The guys have that we Americans have a stereotype that keeps us from traveling and taking advantage of these jobs too.
Absolutely. I mean, you got people that still feel like Africa is all dirt roads. You got fellas over there showing you they're just as advanced as everywhere else. You still think there's a lot of Africans over there in poverty. You know, the old infomercials where, you know, you give pennies a day and you can give a family a bag of rice. Man, get out of here with that. That ain't going on.
Sally Struthers videos.
Right. That ain't going on no more. Nowhere.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Not in no country that you have to worry about seeing that anymore. But that's the mental picture that a lot of us have of some of those countries. Why would we want to go over there? Those people are living worse than us. Maybe. Or maybe that's all you've seen that the media wants you to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for those that are coming in and you're wondering what is the link that I've been dropping, that is the link for the Patreon. If you're just a $5 member of the Patreon, everything that we're going to be talking about tonight is already in the Patreon. All the links, all the things that you so you guys that are already in the Patreon and it's just $5 a level on up, you automatically have access to, let me show it to you real quick. You automatically have access to everything that we're going to be discussing tonight. So I'm going to show you real quick, as since we have 70 plus, almost 80 in here, you'll have access to the interview that the young lady gives regarding step-by-step how to do government contracting overseas as well as remote work. Right here is a full-scale article that I wrote for 2025 in regards to this. This article just came out. I just wrote up and put all this together over the last hour. So I wrote all this for you guys. But the important part is step-by-step how to apply all that I put off in here. Make sure I gave you a step-by-step information on a checklist, what not to lose. But everything that we're going to be looking at tonight, all of that is already in the Patreon. So in other words, let's go over here. This listing right here is all of the jobs. Let's scroll up real quick. All the job links that I'm going to be sharing tonight. For all you guys that are already in the Patreon, you don't really need to take notes. You can sit back and enjoy all the information. Why? Because the video that we're creating tonight is going in the Patreon, and all the links, the job links and the firms and the agencies, all of this that you see right now, all of this is already waiting for you. So as I hit the links and we talk about them, we discuss them, all of that is already in the Patreon waiting for you guys. So each one of these jobs, these government jobs, all of them are waiting for you, for all those guys that are interested in starting the application process as soon as possible. And then right here, I have job banks for remote work. Let's say you're a person that you're not ready to leave the United States, but you want a remote job from companies outside of the United States. I'll say that again. From companies outside the United States, I have 17 links to some of the top locations that you can go to start the application process for jobs that are overseas that you could do from the States. As I keep telling you guys, your competition is not your American citizens. Why? Because most American citizens do not look for jobs in other countries. They just don't know. They don't think about it. They only look for jobs, even online, in the States. So your only true competition are individuals that are looking for international jobs, and it's not that many. So you're going to have these links in there as well inside the Patreon. So all of that is right there waiting for you guys. So let me let you guys go here. And I think I already posted it. Yes, I already posted it. But I just want you guys to see this. So let me scroll back to the top. And that's what this article is in the Patreon that you guys will see. But let me go back to myself and Ronan. And next thing I want to do is give a shout out to our brother T-Mac, who's here. Shout out to T-Mac being in the building. He says salute with a $10 love. He said salute to my big brother. And Simfer or Sufe?
It's Semper Fi. It means always faithful. It's Latin.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. See, I love the learning curve that we have. I love the learning. Shout out to all you guys that are here. There are a couple of guys that are going to be showing up tonight. So shout out to you guys, but we got our brother Ronan right out the gate. And make sure you guys send me an email. I mentioned this earlier. Send me an email if you want to be in the WhatsApp group. Just have your name and your phone number. That's all I need. Your first name or your full name and your phone number, so I can put you in the WhatsApp group of 60 guys that are already in the group of the remote and overseas jobs. So a lot of these guys that were part of the interviews last year are in the group showing guys how to do it already. So you can take advantage of that. I'm going to pull up a group of videos, Ronan, that I put together in regards to people that do government work.
Okay.
I'm going to, then I'm going to stop at certain parts, get your commentary, and then we're going to start showcasing the links. So all the links that I'm talking about tonight, guys, we're going to actually pull those up and actually look at those. But before we do, we're going to be looking at the videos and then interviewing Ronan as well.
Just let me know if I'm lagging a little bit. This is my first time on a live in this Airbnb, which I'm going to swap out.
Actually, every once in a while, it'll lag for a second, but for the most part, it's not too bad.
Okay. I won't try to step on you that way.
Yeah, you're doing great. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. Let's go right here. Let me pull up the video file.
To know how I got my overseas government contracting job, making $225,000 a year by the age of 25.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Over $225,000 a year by the age of 25.
So basically, it's really simple. I was working for a government contractor company and I wanted to go overseas, and basically all I did was look on the internal career website, called up the hiring manager, said, hey, think I'm a good fit for this role. I ended up getting on the phone with him. He liked my resume. I just had to get one certification, which was the Security Plus. Got that certification, and then I ended up getting a job overseas. So basically, that's how I became an overseas government contractor. And if you want to learn more about this, make sure you follow me to learn more about GovTech and overseas contracts.
Finishing up my homework in Dallas because that was my first initial stop for this contract. This is the orientation room, and I was just a bit taken back because there was not one.
But before she says there was not one, I want to bring that part back. Don't think I didn't catch that, and I don't think the Ronan didn't catch it either. Let's go back to the sister. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
As she pan that camera, I saw you shake your head, Ronan. Go ahead. Let me hear what you were thinking.
Not one brother or anybody of melanin sitting in that room right now.
Sitting in that room. Not one. Not one. Shout out to you, Tori. Thanks for supporting both channels. Not one. Shout out to 40. 40 says this, the problem is those government contract jobs, remote in other words, have gotten or will get cut under this new administration. What do you have to say about that? Because I have seen administrations come and go, and you have seen administrations come and go. Have you seen where government contract jobs have been completely wiped away?
At the end of the day, foreign is separate from the United States. One of the biggest things as a military guy I look at in a president, it doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter they're Democrat, Republican. Foreign policy. Foreign policy is very important to me when it comes to a president. Are they intimidating enough to any foreign power to keep them off our soil? That's the number one thing I look at. You know, as far as how things run in foreign industry, I haven't seen a president affect what goes on overseas because I don't think they understand how important certain roles are over there and how if they want to keep down military spending, they do outside contracting. Now, if they want to hire more foreign people to go over there under government employment instead of outside contracting, they're more than welcome to do that. But in order to set up those infrastructures to do that by the government, would take up so much more money. I can't see that ever happening by a president. They might want to, but they can't. They just can't. There's no way they can cover all the responsibilities of those private sector jobs that are being utilized by the government.
And plus the companies that make and the recruiters that make money off the contracts will lose more money trying to hire only military individuals to do the job instead of hiring certain jobs that could be done by your basic civilian that's being brought in from another country. So
then I don't know if you understand about background checks, but that is the most difficult process of going through a background check to get certain clearances, especially when you're overseas. You just can't hire anybody to do a job. You gotta clear some, especially depending on the type of job. You know, to this day, because of the clearances that I've had in my life with top secret clearances in the military, I can walk in a gun store where other people are standing there and been standing there for 30 minutes to get a gun. Within 15 minutes, I can walk into a gun store, do my application, pick my gun, pull my rounds, and walk out the door. And white boys and everybody else is looking at me like, how the hell did he do that? They're still standing there waiting for their background check to come back from the FBI. Not mine. I go straight through. No difficulty. So it's hard to have somebody that squeaky clean in certain job functions, especially when you start getting into security.
That's a great point. That's a real good point.
So am I considering possibly doing overseas work? Maybe. I got plenty of time on my hands. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm here. I got plenty of time. I might do a little side job and pick up some extra money to do some quicker things over here. Just might.
Yep, and that's a good point. But shout out to Faudy for just even causing us to kind of like think about those particular things. Master Thriller, shout to Master Thriller being in the building, and he says, "Sounds like I'm in the right place. I'm in IT, and that is always in demand globally." He said, "I'm desperate to find a job overseas. I don't care if I make $50K a year. That's living rich overseas." That's an excellent point. A lot of guys, and you know this well, Ronan. A lot of guys think they have to be American rich to live globally, to live well globally, and that's not true. That's not necessarily.
I blame us for that. I blame us for wanting to peacock our community, Black community. White boys been over there on Social Security for years. All those old men over there, they're barely on Social Security and they're making it. Why do you think you need 80, 100K? You need to be a six-figure man to be overseas. White boys ain't doing that. It's our mentality that fixes us to think you have to have so much more overseas to compete against what? To compete against what? You're not in America no more. Your expenses are not as great. So what do you need to make all that? I told most people on a lot of the panels I sit on, if you ain't overseas, by the time you get back and you don't have damn near close to an 800 credit score, you should not be in debt. You should be able to pay off all your back debts, all your credit cards. All that should be straight By the time you get back to the United States, you should be able to walk right into a house if you don't already own one.
True, especially if you didn't go over contract.
What are you doing with your money if you're not overseas stacking it? Because you're not spending as much over here.
This is true. This is true. Excellent points. Excellent points. Shout out to all you guys that are coming in. Marino, shout out to Marino being here. Shout out to my man Jay Shar is in the building as well. Appreciate you guys. True Prodigy is in the building. Salute to you as well, kind sir, as well as the rest of the guys. All right, let's get back to the video, because what we were showcasing was on the video the fact that the young lady, she's at orientation and she ain't seeing nothing. She said, I'm the only female there and we ain't seeing nothing. As she pans the camera, we ain't seeing nothing but the white brothers that are going for these government jobs.
Room, and I was just a bit taken back because there was.
Now, is that room empty, gentlemen? I'm going to say that again. All you naysayers, that's orientation. I just want you guys to know this. All the video clips that you guys will see, these are all from 2024, 2025. So this young lady was in orientation last year. I purposely made sure any of the clips that you see were not from, oh, well, that was back then. I don't want to hear none of those, because I know black men and I know we like to give excuses. So I made sure that I got nothing but clips from people, government contract experiences, 2024, 2025. So I don't want to hear nothing about where they're not hiring, there's no jobs out there, blah, 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 blah. Have you even tried? Because it looked like our white brothers have tried, and it looks like our white brothers are getting hired. You have anything else you want to add to that?
Notice those haircuts. Those haircuts on those on the YTB people over there. They all look like prior operators or prior military.
Yep.
They let each other know before they get out the military, bruh, this is where you need to be. Right after you walk out the military, you can still stack some more money. Go get into these job functions. You're already used to being overseas. You're already used to standing on foreign soil. Why not make 3-4 times the amount of money? Why come back to the United States and make pennies versus dollars? Real dollars.
I am going to also, while Ronan and I are here, I'm going to drop the link for anybody that has already had. I'm not talking about assuming. I don't want to have a conversation about what your cousin did. If you have experience with government contracting, I want you to be able to come up and share your story and give some tips as well.
I already know one. Passport Blueprint, hit that link. Passport Blueprint, hit that link specifically. I already know.
Yeah. I want you guys to come up and encourage other guys in regards to this genre of job opportunities. One of the things that I noticed, no matter what we do, men are afraid because there's not enough, as Ronan was saying, enough in our community that are actually involved in this. So if you are a person that has actual experience, I would love for you to come up and share your stories and kind of critique. And because in a second, we are going to be sharing some links. I'm going to be sharing some links that you can go to websites that you can go to. So guys, make sure you do that. And all you guys that want to be in the WhatsApp group, that we have over 60 guys that are already in focusing on remote work, overseas work, government contract work. All you have to do is just click my email address and you be able to, that's in the chat, and you be able to just send me your phone number and your first name or full name, and I'll get you in. So far, I have Christopher. Shout out to Christopher. I have Ronald. I have Bro Dicker or Bro Broderick. Sorry, Broderick.
That could be a bad situation.
I got Broderick. We already got a bunch of groups in there, a bunch of guys in there. I got Kiwazi. I've got Devana or Devonay. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I also have Sean. Shout out to Sean being in the building. I also have Al. I have Frazier. Marv. Shout out to you, Marvin. Shout out to Joey. Also Elkins. I also have Jaquez. I also have the phone number and information to put in the group for Joseph, Marquise, Sankofa, William, and that's where we are right now. So if you guys are interested, just send me an email, and the email has been placed into the group as well. So shout out to all you guys, and let me give a shout out real quick before we continue on to my man. Well, we did the shout out already to my man Alexis. Shout out to you. He say, trade. How is the market overseas for trade work? There are job. Let me let you go ahead and talk about that, Ronan.
I would say it depends on the trade that you're talking about. Plus, you got to look at who's hiring over here. If there's foreign contractors over here working for American or foreign European nations versus dealing with a contractor or somebody that's local, because the pay is going to be different. They're going to pay you on their local dollar or currency versus US dollars and currency. You know, so it's kind of tricky on trades if you're talking about construction or something like that. So I would really want to know what kind of trade you're talking about. You know what I mean? Truck driving specifically. I mean, they're working off of their currency. I don't know how that exchange rate works. You know, truckers make over 100K here in the United States. How much would they make here in a foreign country? I have no idea. You know, hopefully somebody else comes up might know, but I would say you would have to kind of like say what trade it is, and maybe we can go and look at what the average rate is for that type of trade. But yeah, you can probably do it the same way we would do it. You know, chat GPT to hell up on it.
Actually, in the Patreon, overseas contracting works top countries for skilled trades people. So I already have that for individuals that see, guys, I'm ahead of the game. We put this out in March.
There you go.
You guys have to join the Patreon. We put this out in March, guys. I actually did a consultation with a brother that was interested in that. So I did all the liaison work. And so I did a lot of research in regards to trade jobs all around the world. And I actually put together an article for you guys. So right here we have the article. Let me click on show more. I have
in your article, as you were looking, were most of these contractors like more apt to pay US dollars versus that local currency based on the fact that they were maybe foreign companies like from based out of America, Europe, or even the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia or whatnot?
Right. It was if that company is US based, then a lot of times they paid you US dollars. If that company was not US based, then they had the discretion of using the currency of their own country.
Right.
So if you're going over to do and I did this for licensed plumbers, electricians, skilled tradesmen, and other professionals, anything that has to do with the trade, anything that has to do with construction. The locations I put in are the Middle East, Europe, Asia, and the parts of Africa and Eastern Europe. How much they average per pay is about $25 to $50 an hour. I put that in. Though some roles are $5,000 to $10,000 contract bonuses in some cases. Most of them I found had free housing, free meals, and free transportation. The average contract for you trades guys are 6 to 12 months, 3 to 6 months, 1 to 2 years, depending on the size of the construction. Why are they hiring? It could be defense contract work. It could be emergency situations like for the Red Cross. In certain refugee situations, and such as also private contract firms are hiring. So all this information that you need, it's already in the Patreon. It's already there in the Patreon. And so here, this is just one of the companies. You click on there, and you go to the link that I have. I purposely made sure the link took you to the jobs for those particular tradesmen. So if it was plumbing or electrician or so forth. So right now, this link says electrician and plumbing and HVAC in the Middle East. So if you're under one of those, you click on that link and it takes you directly to those job opportunities that are open today. And so you have a whole list of that I created. So we have that right there in the Patreon for you guys.
There you go. That's outstanding, matter of fact. And I'm part of your WhatsApp group, so you already know. A lot of brothers exchanging information. The fact that Dre's compiling it all and putting it in a place that you can just simply go and look. Man.
Yeah,
what a time saver.
Oh man. And like I said, join the Patreon is only $5. You got a $15 level, you got a $25 level, but I kid you not, a lot of this information I put in because I know, like I said, guys, one brother came to me and I said, wow, that's a good question. And so what I did, I put together, I took 2 or 3 days and did all the homework and the research and put together everything for you hands-on tradesmen. Everybody's not IT. Everybody's not security. Everybody's not ex-military, but some guys are certified tradesmen in the United States, in the UK, in Canada. So I put that together. So shout out to all you guys that are taking advantage of that. Let's head back to the video real quick, gentlemen. I don't want to hold this up, but I do have links I'm going to be sharing tonight with you guys. So let's go back here and let's add this to the stage.
One other woman in this room, but that's here nor there. That's just the contracting world in some senses, especially my job. But my first flight was to London. As you can see, I get to London and I'm so excited because I've never been there before. And y'all, the excitement wore off immediately because these folks done told me I got to catch a bus to a different airport to catch my connecting flight. And that's just not going to work because I don't even have a visa to be in this country. But the lady ends up working it out for me. She lets me fly out of that same airport. So once I get in there, I'm taking pictures of everything. I'm like, this is nice. Like, you know, they ain't got airports like this in the U.S.
So young lady's never been to London. She's doing her first government contract job. She's a little nervous because she's got different instructions, but the people there were able to help her out, and she's enjoying herself under her first government contract job. Once again, the videos that you guys are going to see tonight are from 2024 and 2025. So these are not old videos, and these are not just for military per se individuals.
So I end up making a little purchase. So finally, I end up getting on my flight. They had these little pasta balls. I only get the vegetarian optional international flights because I don't want no mystery meat, but the pasta balls was hitting. I finally land in Jordan, and I'm smiling ear to ear at this point because, for one, I done took like a 19-hour journey, and I'm just happy to be at my final destination. I'm seeing Arabic signs. I'm seeing Zayn Mobile, so I know I'm back for sure. I get to my hotel. I'm just kind of vibing out. I get some food. I act like Mike for a little while because I ain't never ordered room service. And then the next day, my boss picks me up to take me to my job site. He wants to stop at this place called Mr. Chicken, but they got a hamburger on the logo, so I wasn't really feeling that. But they got some food. Then they ended up taking me, showing me my room, and my room looks completely different now. It's all lived in. So I'll give y'all an updated video in the next video and show y'all what it looks like. As I promised many of you in the comments of my previous video, I'm going to let you in on how to get into government contracting. So it's not a big secret, honestly. You could do a little bit of Googling, but to make it easier for you, here's a few things that you're going to need. Specifically speaking for DoD contracts, because that's what I'm familiar with and that's what I do. So one of the very first things that you'll need is the ability to relocate to the city or country of which you're applying for the job. You also will need a security clearance or have the ability to obtain a security clearance. Many jobs will sponsor them for you, and the main job that will sponsor is the military. I'm not telling y'all to join the military, but I am in the military, so I'm going to root for them. I am in the National Guard, which is how I was able to continue to be in the military as well as become an overseas contractor. Though, like I said, you do not have to be in the military. You can look for companies such as KBR, Vectrus, Amentum, Shenega. The list goes on. There's numerous companies out here, depending on your job, that will likely sponsor your security clearance.
So let's stop right there, and we're going to look at some of these locations that she just mentioned. So be ready, guys. Let me pull up the list. And we're going to be looking at some of, as I mentioned before, some of the locations that she was just talking about. Where would you apply to be able to get some of those jobs? The second thing she mentioned was you do not, and this is a myth that I had to get over. I had to get over this one, Ronan. You do not have to be in the military to do government contract work. You want to talk about that for a minute, Ronan?
I mean, even when I was in the military, we had civilians that we worked with. They were called liaisons or whatever. They were hired through government process. They're called GSs. And basically, they were there to assist either the government employee in certain jobs, or they had their own standalone jobs that they were highly qualified for to assist the military or that government agency in their processes, like security work. You don't necessarily have to work for the government to be in security. They'll subcontract you out, or they'll hire you in as a GS. Actually, a lot of military people get out and they go right into GS work because it continues on towards their retirement process. You get out from the military after 20 years, you go in as a GS with 20 years. Quicker to get to retirement, getting double pensions and all these things, the games that we play from knowing military and government work. So that's kind of how it works. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to be a prior military guy to work for the government. They're just called GS, government conservatives. And you come in at a different level and they have different pay grades depending on the type of jobs.
All right. Let's look at this list real quick. Let me blow this up. And she was just talking about the links. Where would you go to go look for jobs? So we're going to look at these. The first one is V2X. This is one of the ones that was on the list that she mentioned that others have mentioned as well. So I'm going to click on that link and go directly there. And so I'm going to share this link with you guys as well. So you guys will have that link. Let me copy that because you know me, I'm a share bear. Share bear. I have no problem with that. So here's the link. This is the location that we're looking at right now. And it says find your next job opportunity in any of 20 plus countries. 20 plus countries with more than 70 years experience, VX2. And this is one of the top ones out there, guys, for looking for government contract, or not even just government contract, just contract work in general. V2X has operated globally in a wide range of conditions, from modern technology, advanced areas, and Astres. I don't pronounce that term.
Hold on.
Contingency-based locations. Oh no, I think I'm pronouncing this word incorrectly. Asteria.
Asteria. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Asteria. So now, when you scroll down on the link that I just posted, I'm going to post it one more time, guys. If you scroll down on the link that I just posted, you'll see the different countries. So you can look at the job openings in North America. You can look at the job openings in the Middle East and Africa. You can look at the openings in Asia. So let's click on Asia. And now you scroll down and now you see some of the jobs, just some of the jobs that are available right now in Asia. Korea, we're seeing a lot of Korea. And look at this down here. Just one of 10, just 10 of the pages of 360. I know you guys can't see it, but 383 pages of jobs available. 383 pages of jobs available. So we're just looking at Asia right now. Then I would go back.
So do you think they're hiring, Dre?
Say that again.
Do you think they're hiring?
I believe so. I really do. And the reason why I said that, because when I did my homework for each one of these, VX2 is one of the top hiring agencies in the field of international overseas jobs. They're one of the top ones. That's why she had that on the video listed. Of all the research that I've done, they were one of the names that kept coming up. They were one of the, and as we go further into the video, you're going to notice other contractors are saying the same thing. So what I did, of the ones that I have, of the list of job banks and recruiters. Now this is a recruiting agency, so they're not just, you put in a resume and nobody ever hear back from these people. This is a recruiting agency that you can actually call, reach out to, all the other things that you can send your resume to. So they have all type of ways in which you can communicate with them. This is a local phone number and you can reach out to them as well. A lot of people got hired by either submitting their resume or calling somebody and finding out what the requirements was for that particular country or that particular job. They have job openings in Europe. So if I click on Europe, electrician, environment and energy manager, work control lead, emergency service dispatcher, and this is all throughout Europe. You got Poland, Denmark, Germany, more Poland. This one has over 83 pages of European jobs. Just this recruiting agency alone. So they're recruiting year round. So this is not just a job bank where they just throw some jobs up there. This is what I also did, Roland. I purposely made sure that I did not find spots that had scammers.
Right.
Yeah, I missed out on the sarcasm. I really probably did.
That's what I'm laughing at right now. He sure did. But it's okay. I know he's dialed in. I was asking based on all 380 some pages of information that you had there for job openings. And that was just think they're really looking for people to hire.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. That was just in Asia. 383 pages of jobs just in Asia. In Europe, it's 83 pages of jobs. Let's go back to look at Middle East and Africa. Let's see what they got. How many job openings they got. This was in Iraq. This was in Kuwait. This Kuwait, Iraq, Kuwait.
Dre, stop right there real quick. Look at those job locations. Now we know a lot of these locations and a lot of these jobs will pay to put you up. They'll put you in a nice cushy area. Can you imagine being in Kuwait, Dubai, working for an organization like that and being put up in some plush 2-3 bedroom place you don't have to pay for, but you're still getting a maximum amount of salary at the same time? You don't pay for rent. You don't pay for food. No, there's a lot of things you're not paying for while you making this money, you stacking this money. You don't have no outlay of costs unless you got something back in the United States you're paying for. Matter of fact, if you're paying for a house, put the house up for Airbnb. Start paying down on the house while you're making all this cash in another country, because you ain't got no expenses. None that really matter. Think about it. Y'all got to think outside the box sometimes when you go overseas to make money.
Here's another fear factor, and I want to hear what your commentary is. And it's not a fear, but it's a good concern that David said. David says, Andre, for example, what if we don't have a trade? Are there jobs for us?
Hell yeah.
Thank you. A lot of guys assume that you have to be some type of trade or IT type of guy, or you have to be a professional in the United States for several years. And I want to come back to you in a second, Roland, to be a part of this. You don't, guys. Remember our last brother on here, the last time we did this topic, guys. The one thing Ja said was this: apply. Ja said apply. He said half the people there come in with no skill of the job. He said most of the people, he said, that's why I tell my sisters and cousins and everybody, come on. Why? He said, I know my sister ain't got no experience in this. My cousin ain't got no, he said, but guess who ain't got no experience? The white boy that bring his cousin over. His cousin ain't got no experience, but his cousin had the audacity to fill out the application. He said, once you're there, this was John said. He said, once you're there, it would amaze you how they're like, we need to make the money off of recruiting. Remember, these are recruiting agencies I'm showing you. Recruiting agencies get paid once you are hired. They don't just get paid in general. Once you are hired and you're starting the job, the recruiting agency gets paid. So they need bodies. And they're not going to fly you all the way to the other side of the world just to say, well, we were looking for somebody with a little bit more experience. No, they're going to sit back and say, how much experience you got? Okay, we're going to train you to do everything else.
That's it right there.
Yeah, a lot of guys don't know that.
They're going to train you. They'll train you for what you don't know. And then if they feel like you're capable of doing something else, they might reassign you.
Yep.
They see opportunities opening up all the time. As you can see, all the openings they have there. Once you're there, they don't want to process you back. They want to see if they can fit you into something else. If that job was to downgrade or if they were to phase that part out, because of the experience, the time that you've been with that company, why would they want to fly you all the way back if they feel like you're capable of doing yet another type of job for them? They're not going to do that.
No, there aren't. I like what Ja, who was here last time, said also, because he's been doing it since 2011. The brother who was here on the last interview that lives in Thailand now, and I've been knowing Ja for like off and on for like 6 years.
Right,
and
I remember him coming up before.
Yeah, he also said that during his orientation for one job, he said, I'm walking down the hall, I'm talking to somebody, and somebody just so happens to mention my name. A recruiter from another company was walking past and said, your name is Ja so-and-so. He's like, yeah. Hey, listen, we'll offer you da-da-da-da-da-da. Ja ain't had no experience in neither one of the situations. The recruiter was trying to pluck him while he was in the middle of orientation from another company. There are other opportunities out there. Remember, I'm dropping the links for these recruiting agencies. So these are not just, well, these are job banks. Hope you get the job. These are recruiting agencies, especially if you get your clearance. And a lot of these companies will pay for your clearance. Right. And so now you got security clearance. They are not going to sit back and send you back. You see this young lady on the video we just saw. She's not ex-military. She's just a young 20-something-year-old young lady among all these white men in orientation. And she got flew out. And they took this 24-year-old kid to her job. And they put her up in a nice hotel. We literally just watched this. And yet and still, after this live stream, I know at least 60% of us will give ourselves an excuse on why it doesn't work after we watched a 24-year-old young sister show you the photo of her orientation, show you the photo of her landing in London, showed you the videos of her at the hotel, ordering whatever she wanted to, and then being picked up the next morning to go to work. She, in that one little small TikTok clip, this little sister just showed y'all everything. And as soon as these cameras go off, you will still come up with an excuse with how not to do this. Guys, I need for you guys to do yourself a favor tonight. Tonight, give yourself an excuse to do this. Right. Give yourself an excuse to do this. Tonight, I know the world is saying, don't do the world around you. Why you doing that? That's crazy. Just like Ronan said when it came to his ex-wife, she could have been making $250,000 a year in government contracting back in the day, but yet she let the world around her tell her many reasons why not to. I need for you guys tonight to ask questions as if you are going to. Even if you're not, ask questions as if you've been convinced that I'm going to do this. So let me ask the type of questions I need, such as the question that, and shout out to you, Ronan, for being here. I appreciate you, brother. And anybody else, like I said, if you have any experience, I'm going to be dropping the link tonight. Somebody had a good question. I had a really good question. I can't remember what it was. Shout out to my man Faldy. He said they have jobs for everyone. He said, I've been doing it for 15 years. He said, I've been doing it for 15 years as a lawyer, both with a third-party contractor and a personal service as a personal service contractor. Hey, Fardy, let me know if you've done it on an international scale. If you have, man, like I said, any of you guys that have done any type of international overseas work, government contract work, whether you were in the military or not that you're currently in the military, but that you actually that you're actually have done overseas work, hit that link, man, and come up and encourage other guys. Because it's kind of, I tell you what's kind of sad, Ronan, that we know that there's a couple guys that are actually either in the middle of doing contract work or have done contract work and will be in the comment section and you don't have to show your face, guys.
Yeah.
But you won't come up and share the information with your fellow brothers. So I got to do all the research. I got to do all the homework. And you guys have all the experience.
Right.
So,
and then they're going to G-check you. They'll G-check you if you say something wrong.
Right. Right. They'll say something in the comments. Well, Andre,
They'll say something. No, that's not the way it works. Then why don't you come up and tell us?
Thank you. Help everybody. That's how we work.
Help us, help them. Help us, help them. We're going Jerry Maguire on this one. Help us, help them. Okay? Come up. Hit the link.
Absolutely. So if you guys have any experience, I have no problem with you guys coming up and us helping you out. So the first video or the first website that we're looking at is the website that has to do with the V2X. That's the first website that we're looking at. And like I said, if we go back right here, you can actually see Europe, Asia, and even job opportunities to be government contractor in the States. Why is that important? Remember the girl with the dreads in the first video we showed she said, how did I make a $225,000 contract by the age of 25 years old? She said, I was working for a government contract agency in the States. She said on their job bank board, it had overseas jobs. She said, let me go ahead and reach out and apply to these jobs. Then I'm going to call the recruiter. She said, I told the recruiter, I think I make a good candidate for this job. And that's how the sister, we're going to see her several times throughout the video. That's how a sister at 25 years old was able to get a government contract job making $225,000 a year. While we sitting up here saying it can't be done, this one sister just showed us a video of nothing but white guys in there showing you that it can be done. Everything is not racist, guys. Sometimes I got to admit, black folks scared of everything. Sometimes we got to admit, we get scared of everything. And we think it's either got to be super easy for us to do it, or it has to have no fear involved. We're grown men. There should be a form of concern, but not fear involved in it. So even with American jobs, let's look at the American jobs under this website. And let's scroll down. There are jobs all across the United States, remote jobs, remote, US. And there are, for the US jobs, there are over 471 pages of contract jobs in the United States just on this website alone. You know what? The more I look up this stuff, man, the more pissed I get at us. I really do. You know what? Let me go ahead and share. Just keep sharing this information. Let's go to one more site, guys. Yeah, you know me. We got to go to one more site.
The same way. We both October Libras, so you already know.
Yes, sir. Okay, the next site we're going to look at, gentlemen. Shout out to all you guys that are here. The next site that we're going to look at before we go back to the videos are right here. Let me close this one that we just looked at.
Hey, Dre.
Go,
Hold on
yes,
one
sir.
second.
Hey, there she is.
So
let me give you guys a solo.
Just to let you guys know, it can happen.
Let me give you guys a solo.
All right.
Hello.
He's very soft spoken, so
I know.
You don't have the link? Hold on, man. I'm gonna drop the link in my chat as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you guys stay consistent in what you're looking for and the type of woman you're looking for, and it can happen.
My hair used to be that long. My hair used to be long and luxurious.
All right,
like
back in the 80s. Yeah, back in the 80s, we all had those Jerry curls, right?
Right.
We had them Jerry curls back in the 80s now. So I'm gonna drop the link right now for you. Passport Blueprint. He's worked in the Middle East and Israel and other places like that. So he has a world of experience when it comes to this.
That's
definitely
great.
Link to come up. Real-time experience, boots on the ground, and some hairy situation, and was a government contractor, aside for having prior military too. But all right,
I love when us brothers come with the receipts. Love when we come with receipts, brother. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
All right.
Yes, sir. I love the receipts. Shout out to you guys, man. I'm happy for you, man. You've already said, you and I have already shared the videos and stuff like that. So shout out to you, man. I appreciate you. Let's go back to once again. Let's go back here, gentlemen, and we are going to look at one more link, job link that I'm going to share with you guys. Give me a second. And this is a Momentum, and right here is this the one I'm looking for? Let me make sure. There we go. So let me go over here, bring you guys over here with the Momentum. And they are one of the top ones you're going to hear about tonight as well. Once again, I made sure when I did my homework for this, because there are scammer agencies out there as well. I made sure I did my homework and I got the best of the best recruiting agencies for guys and ladies that are interested in doing work overseas. So if it's not, didn't have good reviews, I did the reviews. I did this, man. I did a lot of studying, man. Shout out to my man No Excuse being in the building. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see you here.
Absolutely.
So let's go. Yes, sir. And so let's go right here. You see the job opportunities. Many of them are in the United States, Hawaii, Nevada, all the way through the United States. So you have different parts of the United California, Nevada once again. So you have, here's Kuwait right here. On this side, if you guys, let me drop the link for you guys. I'm sorry. I thought I already dropped the link. This is the second link I'm dropping tonight. I'm going to drop about 14 different links tonight. So here's the link for the one that we're looking at right now, gentlemen. All right. Shout out to my brother in the background, showing them some love.
Yo!
Passport. Hold on for a second, Passport. I'm going to finish off this particular website, and then I'm going to bring you up as far as hearing what you have to say, brother. Glad to see you're here. So right here, if you guys look on the side, you can see all the different countries that job opportunities are available on this link. So they got 28 jobs available in Colombia. Okay. You got Egypt. You got 35 jobs that are available on this job bank in Germany. In India, Honduras, there are 26 jobs. In Iraq, there are 62 jobs on their bank. And then all the way down, you scroll all the way down, you still continue to see Qatar has 40. Saudi Arabia has 20 jobs available. South Korea has 15 jobs. United Kingdom, 249 jobs. And if you just want to start doing contract work in the States, you have over 1,600 jobs that are available just on this link alone. I'm going to drop it one more time. Once again, all you guys that are part of the Patreon, you don't have to write down anything because all of this is already in the Patreon for you. I just created a article for you guys anyway. So all you Patreon members, you can just sit back and enjoy yourself. You can enjoy the links, but it's already in the Patreon waiting for you anyway. Let's bring our brother back up before we get back to the video. Shout out to our brother being in the building right now. Passport Blueprint. Yes, sir.
What up, Uncle Dre?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Yeah. I personally have never contracted. I did spend time in the Middle East, both the military and the civilian. I've been around a lot of contractors and they schooled me on the game. So I'm going to share that knowledge with you guys.
Yes, sir.
Basically, well, a couple of weeks ago, I did a video on my channel about people getting laid off, go overseas.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there are a lot of companies overseas that are looking for foreigners with high skill sets. And if you happen to have those skill sets, whether it be in IT, construction, there are certain countries in the EU that you can go to and get a job. Literally. And there's even like you can get a visa just to go there temporarily, just for the purpose of looking for work. Because there are countries that are seriously in need. Germany being one, Finland, Sweden, Switzerland. They are in need of foreign workers because a lot of their aging population is just aging out and they need bodies. So I did a video on that. As far as the Middle East, Dubai is always going to be popping, looking for people with specific skill sets. But generally, like, for example, Finland, if you're a truck driver, they're looking for truck drivers. You're in the hospitality industry, they're looking for that as well. The biggest ones they're looking for big time: cybersecurity, IT, medical, engineering. The other ones. There was this. Trying to remember the other ones, but pretty much off the bat, they're looking for big time. And I know a lot of people got laid off their IT jobs. So if you want to go fish overseas, there's a possibility you can get something overseas.
When it comes to the landscape of the Middle East, you know, a lot of Americans have a misconception of what the Middle East looks like. And from your perspective, is the American version, I know what Ronan would say, but I want to hear what you have to say. Is the Americans version or mindset of what the Middle East looks like, is it false? Is it a false narrative? Because a lot of us have it like it's all sand and it's all war and it's all destroyed and nothing is modern. You know how the average American has been programmed to think. But you,
I was in Israel, and this is prior to what the whole Israeli-Gaza incident going on right now. Back then, it was just a regular city, just like everything else. You know, you had your Mickey D's, you had your Burger King, but those were the kosher versions of it. The food's going to be a little bit off because the whole religious thing about the milk and the mother's calf milk and mix it with the meat or something like that. Something in the Bible about that. I'm not sure. But cheeseburgers was kind of like not really a big thing over there unless it was a non-kosher place. Sushi, yeah, you're going to get sushi out there left and right. But there was just a lot of changes and stuff. Barbecue, they don't like spicy and stuff like that. So that's just the food stuff. But lifestyle wise, I was in Tel Aviv, beautiful city, very vibrant. I don't know what it is like right now since this whole conflict has been going on. Economically, it took a real nasty hit. A lot of even my classmates that went and made Aliyat, which is Hebrew for immigration, they went back to their home countries. There are a couple of them that are still there, but most of them just went back to their home countries because trying to get a job over there, it's very hard. So I'm eliminating Israel from this equation because of the conflict and stuff. I've been to Jordan. I like Jordan. Jordan's a really cool place, especially if you're into archaeology and outdoor stuff. You can have a lot of fun. Jordan's a really good city. Plenty to do in Amman. Places to go, places to eat, good food. So you're definitely not going to really miss out on the city stuff, but it's not going to be like the city we have here because you're going to have to deal with a whole different culture. So you're going to have to adapt to that culture, but it's nothing hard for you to transition into. Nothing hard.
Did we lose Dre?
We lost Dre?
I don't know if we did or didn't, bro.
I'm back.
Man. There he is.
I had a Wi-Fi issue for a second. Shout out to all you guys for running the show, because I can still see it on my phone. I can still see you guys going. But shout out to you guys. And that's why we have you guys here.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have you guys here.
Hard, to navigate. Now, if you're going to Iraq, it's going to be different. I don't know how much changes are made in Iraq. I know people are taking tours of Iraq now. So it's starting to grow.
Wow.
So there is some light. But as far as Israel, right now, economically, they suck right now, but still that city, still vibrant, still things to do, the beaches and stuff like that. parks and all that other stuff. But there's going to be some restrictions because they put out the ETA, the electronic travel authorization for Israel. So getting into Israel is another layer to try to get into. But as far as the contracting work, a lot of guys that I know, you can make some really good money tax-free, and you can really quickly knock out whatever bills you have by doing a couple years of contracting work, depending on how much you get paid.
Absolutely. That's what Ronan was saying earlier about guys. If you have debts in the States, realize, just let's lay a foundation for you guys that are in the comment section. Just imagine if you could be get hired, 5-6 figure job, all your where you stay, very nice, room and board, transportation taken care of during the duration of your contract, and because you're out of the United States over 330 days a year, you get all the same tax breaks that I get. Just imagine that. Like, my taxes aren't even due until next week on the 16th. That's when my taxes are due, because you get an automatic 2 months extension when you live outside the United States 330 days a year. You get all those benefits, as at the same time the money that you're saving is just stacking up, because you're not paying room and board, you're not paying for food, you're not paying for transportation. Just like both of these gentlemen have said the same thing. Now you can knock out those debts that's hitting your credit rating. And like Ronan said, there is no reason why your credit score should not be 700, 800 by the time you get back to the States. My man Ja did that. Ja said he has, like, I think it was like $10,000 or $11,000 worth of credit in 2011 when he first started doing government contracting in Kuwait. After a year or two, he's got the top credit cards with all the travel flights and all the travel points and all. He said, I got so many points, I have to put it in my will to will it over to my mother. He said, because I got so many travel points. He said, I don't want to lose my points. So it's so much that a person can do. Yeah. And yes, it is flexible. That's a good point. Good point.
On
let's
my
go ahead.
On my first deployment, I had debt. After my deployment, no debt. And I was just in total making just under 50 grand of what they were paying me with hazardous duty pay, combat pay, and all that other stuff. Why? Because I wasn't spending money on rent and everything. Everything went to bills. I knocked out all my bills. I was debt free after my deployment. Debt free after my first deployment in Iraq. And that's
government contracting job.
Go ahead.
That's just being in the military. Now you imagine you over there doing contracting work. You're basically having the same financial benefits. You're going to be able to eliminate debt and be done after a deployment, regardless of what you're making. Just, make sure you put that money to use and pay off that debt. You'll be fine when you totally don't want to do this anymore. You want to be back in the States. And also you can stay with the company and get a gig back in the States if you want. That's another thing.
There you go. Excellent. Let's go back to the video for those that didn't get a chance to see the beginning part of the video. We're just going to
making $225,000 a year by the age of 25. So basically, it's really simple. I was working for a government contractor company, and I wanted to go overseas, and basically all I did was look on the internal career website, called up the hiring manager, said, hey, think I'm a good fit for this role. I ended up getting on the phone with him. He liked my resume. I just had to get one certification, which was the Security Plus. Got that certification, and then I ended up getting a job overseas. So basically, that's how I became an overseas government contractor. And if you want to learn more about this, make sure you follow me to learn more about GovTech and overseas contracts.
Finishing up my homework in Dallas because that was my first initial stop for this contract. This is the orientation room, and I was just a bit taken back because there was not one other woman in this room, but that's here nor there. That's just the contracting world in some senses, especially my job. But my first flight was to London. As you can see, I get to London and I'm so excited because I've never been there before. And y'all, the excitement wore off immediately because these folks done told me I got to catch a bus to a different airport to catch my connecting flight. And that's just not going to work because I don't even have a visa to be in this country. But the lady ends up working it out for me. She lets me fly out of that same airport. So once I get in there, I'm taking pictures of everything. I'm like, this is nice. Like, you know, they ain't got airports like this in the US. So I end up going, making a little purchase. So finally, I end up getting on my flight. They had these little pasta balls. I only get the vegetarian optional international flights because I don't want no mystery meat. But the pasta balls was hitting. I finally land in Jordan, and I'm smiling ear to ear at this point because, for one, I done took like a 19-hour journey, and I'm just happy to be at my final destination. I'm seeing Arabic signs. I'm seeing Zayn Mobile, so I know I'm back for sure. I get to my hotel, I'm just kind of vibing out. I get some food. I act like Mike for a little while because I ain't never ordered room service. And then the next day, my boss picks me up to take me to my job site. He wants to stop at this place called Mr. Chicken, but they got a hamburger on the logo, so I wasn't really feeling that. But they got some food. Then they ended up taking me, showing me my room, and my room looks completely different now. It's all lived in. So I'll give y'all an updated video in the next video and show y'all what it looks like. As I promised many of you in the comments of my previous video, I'm going to let you in on how to get into government contracting. So it's not a big secret, honestly. You could do a little bit of Googling, but to make it easier for you, here's a few things that you're going to need. Specifically speaking for DoD contracts, because that's what I'm familiar with and that's what I do. So one of the very first things that you'll need is the ability to relocate to the city or country of which you're applying for the job. You also will need a security clearance or have the ability to obtain a security clearance. Many jobs will sponsor them for you, and the main job that will sponsor is the military. I'm not telling y'all to join the military, but I am in the military, so I'm going to root for them. I am in the National Guard, which is how I was able to continue to be in the military as well as become an overseas contractor. Though, like I said, you do not have to be in the military. You can look for a company such as KBR, Vectrus, Amentum, Shenega. The list goes on. There's numerous companies out here depending on your...
You see that? These are some of the countries, guys, that the companies that we're going to be looking at throughout the night. I just dropped the link for a couple of them.
Yeah, KBR is very big with the military. Amentum, they actually took over a couple of
they did. They took over. When I was doing my research, Amentum took over like 4 or 5 major ones. I was like, okay, because I would research one and then they'd be like, well, we're with Amentum now. Then I would research another one. They're like, we're with Amentum now. So I just went directly to Amentum because that's about 4 major companies, recruiting companies, kind of like merged with Amentum. I was like, well, let me just go ahead and get with those companies right out the gate. So you guys are Amentum is the link that the links that I've been dropping right now, and the other one that I just dropped was V2X. I forgot what their name was before, but they changed it to V2X, and they're one of the major ones as well.
Do you have
that will likely sponsor?
Say that again.
Do you have Constellus?
Let me see if I got Constellus. I believe I do. I got CAC. I've got Ledios. I got KBR. I got Paraton. I've got US Jobs. I got security clearance jobs. I got Go Government. I got Morgan McKinley. I've got AirSwift. I've got, these are all the links I'm going to drop for you guys tonight as well. These are all recruiting agencies. I've got Maganaut Support Services. I've got Hayes. I've got Cyber Sector. This for you IT guys. I got Guardworld. No, I don't think I have that one.
Okay, I'm gonna toss some in the chat for you.
Okay, cool. Cool, that'd be perfect.
SAIC is another known one.
Say SAIC. Okay, I've got SAIC pulled up, so I'll be sharing that with guys. And we can actually go to SAIC right now. Oh, okay, cool, perfect.
Yeah, Bose Allen Hamilton's another good one. Thank you, T Mac.
Yeah, I know Bose Allen. I got Bose Allen as well.
Okay, got him. Cool. You got khaki?
No, I don't. Drop that one for me if you don't mind. There we go.
Oh, who else is out there?
So let's go here and here. Glad to have you here, man. Sharing the knowledge.
Where did Ronan go? Disappeared on us.
Right?
Trying to think who else is out there.
So I'm going to be sharing these links with you guys. Well, the links are being shared. So
He has a brownout in the Philippines. That's what happened.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. Good.
There we go. Let's get Ronan back up in here. Shout out to Ronan.
Hey, I got to tell you, that's one big thing in the Philippines is blackouts and brownouts, scheduled and unscheduled. Ridiculous. You definitely got to have a generator once you get settled in here. So I actually mailed myself one that's an electric one, but once I get settled into a property, I'm going to get a motorized one as well.
Oh, I got you on that one. I can feel you. I can understand that. All right. So let's continue on with the video. And thanks for those links. He said, I'm running out of paper, Dre. all these links, even the new links, are going to go into the Patreon. So that article that I have in the Patreon, don't worry about it, guys. All the links that are being shared tonight are in the Patreon, including these that'll be pulled up are going to be in the Patreon as well.
And I also got a couple of job websites from the UK and stuff like that. Want me to toss that in?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've got this one. I'm going to talk about this one tonight. There we go. So make sure that you guys get these links, save them somewhere, email them to yourself. Remember, all of these are going to go into that WhatsApp group as well, guys. So if you want to join the WhatsApp group that is dedicated to overseas jobs and remote work, all you have to do is email me. Here's my email once again. All you have to do is email me, and I'll be putting guys in that WhatsApp group over the next couple of days. So let me put my email back up once again for you guys.
Yo, there was some nice little tidbits like the Southwest airline job you can work from home for.
Yeah.
Make a decent salary.
Yeah. A lot of guys don't realize.
Yeah.
And also, let me throw this nugget out there. The United Nations, 170 organizations within the United Nations, and they hire.
Absolutely correct. I came across the UN. You're absolutely correct.
They're a little bit challenging to get into. They do something called a CV. It's similar to a resume, slight little differences. But I did a consultation with one of the company that helps people try to get jobs in the UN. It is competitive. We're talking, you're fighting for, a position, 8,000 to 9,000 applicants for particular positions. You are most likely going to get a job in a place that a lot of people probably don't want to go to. but still, you get yourself in the system. That's the key thing. If you're planning on wanting to take a job in Iraq, dude, you can go to someplace in Africa and take a gig over there. They pay damn good, 6 figs on if you have certain skill sets. Like, for example, program managers. I've seen program manager jobs starting at about 100 and 120, depending on the location. I've seen bodyguard jobs down in Colombia, down in Bogota. Yeah, those are going to be kind of hard to get, but if you can get them, yeah, you need some serious experience, and they're looking for some like major. You got to be a shooter like myself and Ronan to get those type of jobs. Right. But they're out there, you know, and you got a lot of guys that want to be in this country and that country. Even Thailand, there's jobs out there with the UN. If you can get those jobs, great, but you better make your CV, your cover letter, you got to shine like a baby, because you're going to be competing against a lot of people. Or you can go to these places that people don't want to go just to get in the system, and then work your way around the system so you can get to another location. You know, spend a year or two at this location. Now you're in the system. Let me go put in a transfer for here, or let me apply for this one over here, and just try to steadily move up. That's the way you can do it that way. A lot of
guys don't understand that. Once you take a job, you should be able to.
Oh, my bad, Ronan.
It's okay.
Say that again,
you should be able to laterally move from one position to another. Don't become stagnant at a certain position where you hate your life. Get in the system, get them used to your job performance and everything else. Always looking for the next step up or a lateral move to another position. Never stay stagnant in one position unless you damn love it, because they'll get rid of you the minute you lack performance. So why wouldn't you be already shopping for something better if you're not happy?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let me drop the links one more time for those two that we just looked at. Well, actually, all the links that the passport just dropped, those are there. And let me drop the other 2 links that we looked at thus far, which is V2X. Let me drop that one more time. And then we're going to go back to the video, because there's a lot of the questions that you guys will have. They're also in the video as well.
Yeah, that first video you played, Andre, I'm on her website. Simone B. Yeah, she got some really good stuff on her website, and I was trying to look for it actually.
I came across it the other day too. And if I had enough time, I would have reached out. It was my fault though. I had such a busy week this week. I would have reached out to her to have her on the show. The sister with the dreads. I would have reached out to her because her website is very set up to help and assist individuals that want to get into government contracting. So if you want somebody that can assist you on that end, the sister's been doing it. Like she said, she started making $250,000 at 25, and she's all over TikTok when it comes to this. So she's been on The Insider, the television show in the news, The Insider. She's been on there. This is the funny part. Not because she's doing anything amazing, it's just because she's one of the few that has the balls to do it. That's the sad part. She's one of the few sisters and among the brothers that's willing to go out there and get these jobs.
She's a millionaire.
Yeah.
She's a millionaire.
What'd you say?
She's a millionaire.
At this point, you're making $250K.
Oh, yeah.
And you bagging the majority of it, you gotta know that she's doing great investments.
She's not. Oh yeah, you can imagine how much she's flipped her money. Think about all the years she's never had to pay rent. She's never had to pay room and board. She's never had to pay for her food.
Even if she bought a house, she's Airbnb-ing it, or she's leasing it out and still making the money over top of her mortgage that she would need to pay for it. She can go back home to a paid house and never lived in it once.
Her condo is off the chain in Atlanta.
Well, I can imagine.
Oh, I've seen that. She's shown that, man.
She doing big things.
She's a rock star. She's a straight up star.
Kawazi, you might have to scroll
I've only
up.
I've only dropped 2 links so far, but the other links you guys should scroll up and be able to see, especially on Ronan's channel.
Right.
All of those links should be there. So I'm going to share those links. I'm going to share those links also for you guys over here. The UK link, just in case you guys aren't seeing it, because I'm watching from Ronan's channel. I have my channel on my phone, but I'm actually watching from Ronan's channel as well. Shout out to all you guys over there.
Did you answer my query? I have a question now that says, would you do government contracting in the future? 100% of the guys that answer say yes. Nobody said no yet. So now that you know, there's your option.
Yeah, because a lot, and I've heard that as well. It can be so addictive to not having to have all these expenses and being able to, get yourself out of any type of debts that you have in the States. Guys like, I'm not going back there, especially on what's going on in the administration. A lot of guys are like, man, I'll just stay doing my contract work and I'm good. And then, as you guys were saying, once the doors open for you in one contract job, all of a sudden you find yourself, everybody else reaching. And what made me think about that, Passport, as a academic college recruiter for 20 years, once I got hired from one college, my LinkedIn was blowing up. I could work at colleges in California, Georgia. That's why I lived all over the country, because people were offering me more money as my resume got better and my positions got higher. I was getting more offers. And like I tell guys right now, I've been out of the States for almost 9 years. I still get job offers on my LinkedIn.
So do I.
I still get job offers. Like, Andre, we need to talk to you. They're like, hey, if you just want to do it online, you can do it online. I still get those people reaching out to me.
Yeah.
And guys, do me a favor. Seriously, when you get these jobs, do not have your significant other have access to your account. Your money will disappear. I'm serious. How many guys I knew that went overseas, made a bank full of money, and came home? Where did my money go to?
Wow.
Do not, if you make this money, put it in your own separate account, bank it up, and take care of business when you get back home as far as bills and all that other stuff. You handle the bills. I'm being honest.
Especially you coming from overseas. Now, come on. These women ain't used to seeing that kind of money, let alone manage it. And most of you gentlemen are older. How are you looking, turning over your accounts to somebody younger than you? They ain't used to seeing that kind of money in their life. And you have to learn discipline around money. And you know how long it took you to learn.
That's another blessing I had with Andrea. I ain't gonna lie. Andrea, part of her career in accounting is doing the bookkeeping work for several major franchises and companies around Cali. So she's used to doing everything from managing the books for bars to pharmacies to what's the other client that she has? Hardware stores. So that's the other blessing I have of being with somebody that's accustomed to being around certain amount of monies. Like, it is what it is compared to like what you gentlemen were saying, guys sending money back home to the States to women that ain't used to seeing that type of money at all. And he ain't here to say nothing. You aren't even there.
But then the families get involved. You ain't get to tell him. All of a sudden things come up like you're dealing with the chick overseas. Oh, my mom and dad are in the hospital. Oh, we need a little extra money. Nah. Don't even let it start happening. Lock that down real quick. There's no way somebody has money management better than you. And if you got problems with money management, like Dre said, if you got a woman that's good with money and you know she's good with money and y'all married, again, the key word there is married and you trust her.
Facts.
Don't just give access to your money just because. Don't do that. A fool and his money will soon be departed.
Yes, it will.
Remember
Yes, it will. Absolutely. Let's get back to the videos. Then I'm going to drop some more links in a moment, gentlemen. Let's go back to the video.
To your security clearance. Some of the jobs are really easy, such as escorting. There are other kind of jobs available too, especially if you don't have any experience. You could work in the gym, the MWR where they serve the drinks, the DFAC where they serve our food, the laundromat, the postal office. The list goes on. You just have.
You see how she's naming off all these jobs, guys, that could be 5-6 figure jobs that anybody could do. She said from the laundry room to the mail room to this to that, anybody can do these jobs. You can still make the 5 to 6 figure jobs. You'll be making more than what you made in the States and saving way more than what you saved in the States. So she's letting you know, guys, you don't have to go there thinking that I need to have all this experience and everything. Gross said this. He said, I work in JAG in the military, legal. He said, the Army. Okay. He's making a point to you guys, not to me. He said, he is absolutely right. Do not give women access to your accounts. I have a guy whose own wife cleaned him out. He came home from R&R, rest and relaxation, and no longer had a home when he went back home. No longer even had a home.
That's wild work.
He said, Andre, I read your title. Can you get me a job? I'm very poor and hungry. He said, let me know. Shout out to Sounds 23. Shout out to you, Real World. Appreciate you being here. I think Theo's here too. Shout out to Theo in the building as well. And he said, remember I was in Afghanistan back in 2003 to 2006, and the cafeteria workers. Now I've heard this several times, and there's a brother in Thailand who's retired from doing government contracting, and he was just a clipboard dude making 5-6 figures. He said cafeteria worker was making $80K off the top, tax-free. So everything that we're saying is not far-fetched. Is not now we know us as Black people. We know that we always think there's a catch to everything. This is too good to be true. Because even though we're showing these young sisters and brothers over there right now, there are still people in the comment section probably thinking that there's a catch to it. Is there a catch to it once you get clearance? Is there
no
a catch? Yeah.
Not one catch. The catch is keeping your nose clean, getting there, setting up a great reputation as a great worker, willing to work with other people, get along. That's all you have to do. That's the catch.
There we go.
I got to say this about clearance. It is all going to depend on the type of clearance you're going to get, because there's different levels of clearances. There's one that's the lowest one, which is called public something or other clearance, which is basically just a check. So that's pretty much what she's got right now. But I had the higher ones. It's just got to be reactivated. They're probably going to end up doing another background on me anyway. But those ones, those are going to take a while to do. They may give you an interim, but I'm going to tell you something right now. If you got stuff in your background, when you get that form to fill out, you better be completely honest about everything. I'm letting you know that right now, because anything false, you can go to jail for. I'm being dead honest. And we're talking what I did in the military. Yeah, clearances was one of those things. When you get TS clearances like I've had, they are really stringent. Even
and let me tell you, to add to what he's saying, top secret clearances like that, and I've had mine too. And I went back and asked some of the people I put as references initially. They talk to friends of friends of friends of friends. They go 6 to 12 levels deep on you. So no matter who you think you listed, they know 5 to 7 other people they're going to talk to about your reputation and who you are as a person. That's why my reputation is still so squeaky clean. So yeah, they go deep on you when you start getting in the governmental top secret clearances. You have access to certain information, unlike this young lady, and this young lady is still doing exceptionally well with a basic clearance. You're talking 6 figures. And when you start talking levels of passport, blueprint, myself, and those top secret levels, you're getting paid to be quiet as well. It's more money.
There you
for
go.
those type of accesses.
Even the places you've gone to can affect your clearance.
Yeah.
You go into certain countries and stuff, they are going to be like, okay, we need to dig deeper. Some of them probably won't even give you the job or anything like that because you've been to certain places. That's kind of a red flag. As you can see, Trump put out that new order about which countries are banned. You may want to stay up. If you've been to those countries, I don't know. But try it anyway, see what happens. But clearances can get really sticky depending on the levels you're going up. Secret and TS. The other ones, the lower ones are just, public trust. That's what it's called, public trust. Those are just like, just a quick little check to see if he's okay. He's not going to be near anything sensitive. So whatever, those are pretty much more what you're going to probably see for those who just like doing labor stuff. You'll probably get those type of clearances, and those are pretty easy to get. But be honest on those forms. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a felony anyway when you lie on certain documents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So government agencies especially, you lie on it's a felony.
And a disbarment from all federal government jobs for 10 years.
So guys, be truthful.
I mean,
Be
here's the
honest.
thing. You think they're going to slap you on the wrist for something you did 10 years ago. But if you're honest about it, there's like, okay, at least things happen. They understand life happens. So even if something you think is bad might disqualify you, they'll look it over like, at least he was honest about it. They don't think everybody's like squeaky clean like that.
No.
And if you
no.
are, you were a choir boy. And unfortunately, I was initially in life a choir boy, damn near. I was always in church when I went to military. So it wasn't nothing they can find on me anyway. But now, if I had to go and do a re-interim or reactivate my top secret clearance, I would have to be honest about whatever questions I had, even though I had a prior one, and I would be. And if they took it to say, no, we can't give you that high, but we can give you this. But I didn't lie. That's the whole thing. You might not get that ultra high top secret clearance, but you still get a clearance for telling the truth. Just tell the truth and let them figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to lie.
And if you got any debt that's lingering right now, I suggest you find a way to start paying it before you start applying, because they're going to look at that too.
All right. Now we got all those tips, and we're going to be having my man Free Gamer coming up in a few moments. But let's get back to the video. Thanks a lot, guys, for all the information that you're sharing tonight with all of us. And we got more links and more websites that we're going to be sharing. Remember, once again, all you guys that are looking to join the WhatsApp group that we have that's been around for 6 months, it's over 60 guys in there, and you want to be a part of that group are focusing on online jobs, remote work, government jobs. We have a WhatsApp group of guys that share nothing but that information. And so if you want to be in, shoot me an email. I already dropped my email several times. So far, I have Chad, Bill, Joseph, Javon. I hope I pronounced that. Javon. Also have, I'm about to say Prime Video, but that's my Amazon Prime. But Christopher, Lester, another Christopher. Christopher sent me two, so I got you twice, Christopher. I've got Ronald, I got Broderick, and so forth and so forth. All you guys after Broderick, I already have you. I already mentioned you guys all the way down to William and El Ray. But I have you guys, so you guys I'll be putting you into the WhatsApp group. All you have to do is make sure that you give me your name and your WhatsApp phone number, so I can put you into the group within the next couple days. And so it'll be more than 60 based off of what we see. And you guys will be having all the information that's in there. If you want to support the channel, we also have all this information in the Patreon already. Every link that we're talking about tonight for all you guys are basically already in the Patreon for you Patreon members already, so you don't have to worry about it for all you paid Patreon members. So I'm going to drop the link for the Patreon as well. Anybody that wants to support, it's only $5 to join the Patreon to get all the information that we're going to be talking about tonight. Shout out to Passport Blueprint for all the contract information that he's sharing as well.
I just dropped the UN one.
Go ahead.
I dropped the UN one for you, Andre, if they're interested.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because I saw the UN one earlier, but I wasn't sure what guys would want to think about, whether it be the UN one, but it was just like how you described it. Absolutely, it was just like that. It's so many positions out there that you gotta be a different breed to get the UN job, but they're available. They really are available.
Yeah. And language skills, guys, I highly recommend that. Speaking, listening, reading, writing. So Duolingo is not the only thing you're gonna have to do.
The Pimslers, yeah.
Yeah, you got to really learn the language if you're going to go to because some of them will require that.
Absolutely.
To kind of use the experience that you have when using the search criteria to see what job would fit you best. But there's something for everyone currently out here.
Come back to you.
The absolute best part of contracting to me is that I don't pay rent and I don't pay for food. My lodging and my meals are included. So the only things I pay for are literally just the things that I want. Finishing up my homework in Dallas because that was my first initial stop for this.
Before we go any further, this is a good point that Forty makes. He said they also pay real close attention to your foreign contacts, friends, romantic partners, spouses, etc., and they would drill you on all of them. So you got to be honest. I remember you guys were talking about being honest. So you got to be honest regarding your interview and your application. So that's a good point.
Contract. This is the orientation room, and I was just a bit taken back because there was not one other woman in this room, but that's here nor there. That's just the contracting world in some senses, especially my job. But my first flight was to London. As you can see, I get to London and I'm so excited because I've never been there before. And y'all, the excitement wore off immediately because these folks done told me I got to catch a bus to a different airport to catch my connecting flight. And that's just not going to work because I don't even have a visa to be in this country. But the lady ends up working it out for me. She lets me fly out of that same airport. So once I get in there, I'm taking pictures of everything. I'm like, this is nice. Like, you know, they ain't got airports like this in the US. So I end up going, making a little purchase. So finally, I end up getting on my flight. They had these little pasta balls. I only get the vegetarian optional international flights because I don't want no mystery meat. But the pasta balls was hitting. I finally land in Jordan, and I'm smiling ear to ear at this point because, for one, I done took like a 19-hour journey, and I'm just happy to be at my final destination. I'm seeing Arabic signs. I'm seeing Zayn Mobile, so I know I'm back for sure. I get to my hotel. I'm just kind of vibing out. I get some food. I act like Mike for a little while because I ain't never ordered room service. And then the next day, my boss picks me up to take me to my job site. He wants to stop at this place called Mr. Chicken, but they got a hamburger on the logo, so I wasn't really feeling that. But they got some food. Then they ended up taking me, showing me my room, and my room looks completely different now. It's all lived in. So I'll give y'all an updated video in the next video and show y'all what it looks like.
Hey, real talk, man. Look, I'm finna put a lot of y'all on game, bro. If you in the States and you like struggling, you know what I'm saying, to find a job, or you struggling because your salary kind of low, you need to become a contractor, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got certain companies like Vectress, which is called V2X now. You got Floor, DynCorp, KBR. Just go in there and search something like you qualified or certified to do. Or even if you ain't, just still fill it out, you know what I'm saying? Find a recruiter, and you're gonna get to the money, man. Tax-free money. You get to live for free. You get to eat for free. You get to travel. Man, it's the life, man. It's life-changing for real. First of all, you gotta be ready for this heat. You know what I'm saying? It's our little chill area right here. Got the dishes in the tank. But, you know, we got the cat food, etc. The cushion for the seat. But yeah, bro, it about 200 and, oh my bad, I'm tripping. It about 120 degrees out here right now. Straight humidity. It's mad hot out here. Mad hot. traffic, always backed up. There really ain't no traffic rules, bro. Cops don't pull people over for traffic rules. They don't pull you over for speeding. They got traffic cameras and all that stuff for that. The only way you get pulled over by a cop is if you've been in an accident. It's never.
It's like Colombia is. If you're in a car, you really don't get pulled over by the cops. Bikes do to check their registration and see if they're legal. But in Colombia, they got too many cameras. you go get that ticket in the email. Don't worry about it. It's coming. So you got to make sure that you're careful in the car, but they don't pull you over in Colombia.
Pedestrian first. Always pedestrian last. Like these folks hit you. They do not care. They will hit your ass. See like this right here? Another one coming, but I'm gonna walk. They don't stop. Don't get it twisted though. It ain't easy being out here, you know. You're away from your family and stuff like that. Other than that, that's probably the only thing. And like the cultural differences. But other than that, man, you can adapt because, you know, you got to think about the bigger picture. So as long as your family, like whether it's your mom, dad, sister, your wife, husband, whoever, your kids, you know what I'm saying? They know you're doing it for a better reason, then you're going to be straight.
So I made a video about this a while ago, but I'm going to give you the basic things you need to get started in contracting. Clearancejobs.com. LinkedIn. Do not sleep on LinkedIn. There's some Facebook groups out there. A good resume. Recommendations from current contractors to whatever company you're applying to. A good record. Well, an okay record. Bonus points. If
these brothers letting cuties like this.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, she's cute. She is really cute.
Letting cuties go overseas.
Already have some.
And then she coming back. She got her credit together, and now you want to look at her and be mad at her because she's a modern woman because she did what she was supposed to do.
Sort of clearance or public trust, and the extra 10 points if your prior service. So if you're looking to get into contracting, go with those things. Definitely.
Now, this is the second time tonight I've heard the term public trust. Before she goes any further, could you guys give us a breakdown on what the public trust is in regard, and how does it work with the government contract or just contract work in general?
Go ahead, Blueprint.
Well, basically, public trust is it's basically a background check.
Okay.
It's just a little check. It's not in depth like secret or top secret. You know, they just doing the basic little check on you. A lot of the lower level type jobs, that's what they do. They do those type of checks for, like you see some of these guys working out in the field. They're not going to be around sensitive stuff that's going to be of national security concerns, so they'll get those type of clearances. So that's what a public trust clearance, so to speak, is.
I've got one more question for you guys before we go back to the video. Could you give us a little bit clarity in regards to the misbelief that the only overseas contract jobs are DOA or government contract jobs? There is a difference between contract work and DOA and or government contract work. Both exist, but in the minds of most of us mere mortals that haven't been in the military, we think when we hear overseas contract, it means A, you had to be prior military, B, it's only military contracts. Could you guys kind of talk about that myth that we as regular people have regarding contracts? We actually think that it's basically just government contracts only, not realizing that that's not it.
I mean, I'll do the corporate side of the house, and I'll let Blueprint do more of the military stuff. But on the corporate side, if there's a company that's an international company, they got employees all over the world. They want English-speaking people in those companies, especially if it's an American-based company. So everything that you would need to have over there, from secretaries to other things within that corporation. They would want people that are willing to go overseas to work, right along with support staff, right along if they're offering their top executives, housing and also education. You never know. They might back a whole school. They want teachers to go over there. They want nannies that speak English. They want different things for different people so they can cater towards their high-end earners. So they're always going to be opening jobs for basic interim janitor, all the way up to something on an executive level in any international company. So that's what you have to look at. Even a housing coordinator, somebody sits there and tries to coordinate housing for the employees that are going over there. That's a job. That's a job they're going to offer somebody to do for them. Nobody wants to figure all that stuff out. They want somebody already there that can figure it out and can communicate back to their employees in English, not broken English, but real English, how that process works for that employee.
In regards to military, the military side of the house, it's not all, well, the thing is, it's always been geared towards the military because we already knew about it, but it's something for everybody if you had the skill sets. You're not going to, the contracting jobs are not just going to be for Department of Defense. They're going to be for the State Department, or whatever entity that's over there. Mostly you're probably going to get State Department or DOD. But basically you don't have to be prior service to do those jobs because they could be looking for a translator. If you speak Spanish, if you're fluent in it, they'll just test you on your fluency. And you can be doing a contract translating for the State Department and probably in like Colombia.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be former military to do that stuff. You just got to meet their requirements. It's just with contracting work, it was always known amongst the military community, not to the civilian population. That's the whole thing.
Okay, I've got a question for you guys before we go back to the video, and because I wanted to hit this tonight, and we're going to use my man Mellow Life as a case study. I thought about this before the show started a couple days ago. Mellow says this: anybody got any recommendation jobs for a barber until I find clients? He said, I'm really new to all of this. And he also says, low key, I have a career already. He said, I'm just trying to get my feet wet. I can handle the rest. When it comes to, let's say he wants to stay in the States, or he wants with a contract job, whether it be DOD or any other contract job. I'm brand new to this. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about this recruiting thing. I don't know about these websites. What would you guys recommend for the novice starting day one with all these links that we're sharing? Oh, he said, I'd love to be a barber overseas. What would you guys recommend? I'm a novice. I don't know anything about any of this. I only have a certain skill set, even though many of us don't realize we have several other skill sets as well. What would you guys recommend for the brand new dude?
I can speak to the barber thing because I've done it in the middle. Let me put this. I've been cutting my hair for almost 35, 40 years.
So
in the military, I used to cut heads. And this is back in the 90s again. $20 a head. And you got a ship full of 3,000 dudes that want to get off that ship and make an impression on every female they're walking by because they've been on ship for 6 months. I used to make so much money. I never touched my paychecks. My wife had access to some of my paychecks. I used to loan shark. I used to run. let me not say all that, but I'm just saying, haircutting alone, all you have to do is go into a general area where civilians and especially Americans are. You can build a book of business within a month of being there. If you know where, like, there's a a facility where they're housing all the Americans at, all you have to do is go set up shop for 30 days and work off the books. Go and do on-call barbering. Just let them know. Cut a couple heads for free. Let them know, hey, this is where I'm going to be at for 30 days. Let your friends know. You could develop a business. Now, again, make sure that visa is legit. You don't want to get caught up working in a country where you're making money and not registered properly through the visa process. But yeah, if you have a talent for cutting hair, believe me, you already know. There's not that many barbers overseas that know how to cut our hair, especially. You go into a place where there's a lot of brothers at and they need haircuts. If those brothers ain't already got somebody cutting their hair, you're gonna make a decent amount of money where you can stay longer. You can extend your visa and keep on doing it. And like you said, you can develop your own book. I like hustlers like that. I used to do that stuff all the time. Cutting hair on the base. Yeah, any base that's close, you can get a GS job cutting hair on the base if you wanted to. So yeah, if you have the gumption and want to go overseas, don't let that limit you that your talent is just this. It's not just that. It's an ability for you to make money. All you have to do is capitalize on your own talent. And like 0 million Graham said, you can go to a nearest base or somewhere where there's Americans at, or even Afro Latinas or wherever. They're looking for a good barber. Obviously, you're gonna have to charge less for them, but Americans, you're gonna get American dollars. So, go set up shop somewhere, work off the books on call. Say, hey, I'll show up at your place and cut your hair for you. Get a couple people under your belt, do it for free. As long as they recommend people, tell them they got to get you at least 5 clients each. We'll cut some hair for free. Work it out. If you're a hustler like that, you're going to make the money. Believe me. I had captured clients. They used to have a barber on the ship that you can go and get a free haircut from. Brothers would come in and spend money with me. They weren't getting those free haircuts. Okay. So yeah, haircutting is an easy job that you can do if you have the talent and make a shit ton of money. You're right. You can develop your own book of business in 30 days. You just got to have the wherewithal to want to go over there for 30 days to 60 days, bank out 60 days worth of whatever, go set up shop somewhere where there's some brothers, go cut some hair, and let everything else work itself out. You got 60 days to do it, but get on your grind.
There you go.
I'm that dude. I don't care. I will find a way to make money. I look at angles all day, every day. I've been working on my own since 2011. I ain't worked for nobody.
There we go. Now, passport. I'm going to bring the question to you. I'm not a barber. I'm not a tradesman or anything. I'm a guy. I've been working in the factories of GM for the last 10, 15 years. My body is worn down. I'm tired in regards to working in factories, and I'm tired of being in the States in general. I want something new in my life. But all I've been doing is a factory work for the last 10 years. As a person that's just starting off, and I know you said that you haven't personally did it, and I'm waiting to hear from Free Gamer when he comes up. But how does a person get started? Do they just reach out to these recruiting sites that we're on? Do they apply for a particular job? Do they submit their resume first? This episode I really wanted to dedicate to guys that know nothing about this. We're debunking a lot of myths about it. So now I believe you guys. I don't have to be scared. I don't have to worry. I got a clear background, so I can get a clearance. I ain't even close to my family like that, so I ain't worried about no female keeping my money. You guys have made it clear that there's a difference between government contract work and just regular recruiting contract work. So I have the option of both. So you've made that clear. You made it clear that I don't have to be in the military or former military to do overseas contract work, whether it be government or non-government contract work. You made all that clear for me. So thank you for debunking the myth. But how do I get started? What do you guys recommend for the person that's just started?
Have a skill first. That's the best thing you're going to have, because they want those skilled people. You gotta have some type of a skill for them to take you. Unless you want to continue doing the factory stuff, or you can rework that to a position that is similar to yours, but not as stressful as what you did in the past, like working in GM, doing factory stuff. You might work something more logistical. You're just going to have to reword your resume to fit that job description over there. So you just got to do a lot of playing around and stuff. But I always tell people, if you don't want to do that type of work anymore, you're going to have to get a skill first, get some training, some certifications under your belt, and just go for it. Because this is what it's about. It's a machine, and they need to have these parts, and we are these parts that fit into this machine to make it run. So skill is very important. You can someone off the streets do this thing? Yeah, you can do it. You're probably not going to get the most sexy job, but you can get something. But you got to have that skill sets that they want, because if you look at that list that you're showing, that is very specific to certain careers that they want. I mean, there are other things that they can ask for, you can get, like certain laborer jobs, but you really, nowadays, it's like certifications, and like, for example, in cybersecurity, which is my field, they're asking for so much just for newbies to get in this game. They want Python scripting, Bash scripting, this cert, that meets its qualifications under the DoD 8140, which is a set of, you got to have 2 of these certs in each box and whatever and stuff. But it's just very complex, and that means I got to get skill sets after skill sets, and then other things I got to get, learning how to operate this tool, because this is the most common tool they use. All that's going to come with a lot of money. You know, you're going to be investing in yourself to try to get into these positions if you're doing cybersecurity. And also building a profile on LinkedIn so they can see what type of work you can do. Building labs. I got another computer right here just to show you. This is my second computer and my second screen where I build labs. You know, I got a hacking lab. I got a cyber threat intelligence lab. I build these things so I can show these guys, hey, look what I got. I can do this and that. And, you know, during the interview, I can show them, hey, look, I got these tools. I know how to do this. I know how to do that. I can hack into this. And I got these vulnerable virtual machines I can go in and hack into and exploit and all this other stuff to show that I can do it by hand. It's no longer just search, it's also showing that you can do it. So much has changed, so much as far as the job market. But for the new guy coming off the street who just want very basic bottom line, you have to look at what you're looking for. You got to look at that job that you're interested in and make sure you have what they want. And then try to work your resume around that and see if you have those skills fitted. You know, just like that young lady, she's out there just doing basic, I don't know what her position is. She's basically doing laborer type stuff. So you might fit into that role.
Good point. Good point. Let's go back here and bring up our brother who was, well, just saw him here.
I think he just said, I will join once he gets to the office.
Oh, he said once I get you. Okay, once you get to the office. Okay, free gamer.
Mm-hmm.
And T-Mac says this. He said, just from LinkedIn, I've got several consulting requests per day for $300 to $450 an hour. Most of it just, you know what? He just reminded me why I don't have Love Crossing Borders on LinkedIn. Okay, thank you very much, my friend. Most of it is just having a phone call and giving my opinion. I rarely accept them, but LinkedIn is the best. It's the best. So yeah, definitely. Thank you, T-Mac. Man, I even think about doing all the things that we have been doing for 6 years and put it on LinkedIn for expats and that are relocated.
Absolutely.
I'll be setting that up this weekend.
I get so many search and job searches through LinkedIn on my page. It's ridiculous.
And I advise everybody, I know it's going to cost a subscription, LinkedIn Premium, do that.
Especially if you're looking for a job.
Yeah, especially if you're looking for a job. Plus, you also get free access to LinkedIn Learning, where you can develop your skill sets.
There we go.
That's totally free.
There we go. Great information, man. Great information. Let's bring the cutie back up. That's getting the money.
Definitely tighten up your resume, because if it don't match, you gonna get looked over all the way. You might not get your first contract within a month, maybe even 6 months, depending on the demand of the company. But
now, one of you guys asked earlier, once you've applied, once you've been approved, blah, 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 how long does it take for the recruiting agency to reach out to you for your first contract? She said that in some cases it may take, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to bring that back, 3 to 6 months. So let's bring back what she was saying.
definitely tighten up your resume, because if it don't match, you gonna get looked over all the way. You might not get your first contract within a month, maybe even 6 months, depending on the demand of the company. But I promise you, once you're in, you are locked in. I'm getting job offers from companies I quit on. Be patient and apply.
You see how the opportunities are out there? Like these gentlemen were just saying that sister just said, I quit these particular companies and they're still reaching out to her. So if you guys are wondering if jobs are available, once again, for you guys that weren't here earlier, these videos that I'm showing are people that are from 2024 and 2025. So none of these are 2023 or 2021, 2020. All of these are people that are currently doing government contract work. I got to stop saying that, because not just government contract work, that are doing overseas contract work that you could be doing as well.
Apply.
I don't want to be no goon. I don't want to be dead. I don't want to be in jail. I want 100 fucking million. Ross got 2 fucking yachts.
So I worked as an overseas government contractor for 5 years. I lived in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea. Honestly, I enjoyed my entire time there, except for like South Korea when it was during, the pandemic time. It was just not a good experience. It was just too much. But I really did enjoy Japan and Taiwan a lot. I really didn't have any issues at all when I was working in those countries. My coworkers were pretty cool. You don't need to know the foreign language of the country that you're going to. You're going to be working with all American people, whether it's government contractors or American military. And even if you do work with people who are foreign military, so there are some foreign military sales contracts, those ones pay the most. If you work on those contracts, that's when they'll have like a translator that's there, and they'll just translate everything, and that's how you communicate with them. But I never regret working overseas, and I would definitely go back anytime. So make sure you follow me for more GovTech tips.
I'm a government contractor.
And how much money do you make per year doing this?
We do 7 figures a year.
And how much do you pay yourself annually out of that?
I pay myself $200K a year per SBA guidelines.
And how long have you been doing this for?
We've been doing it for 6 years.
Now tell us your story. How did you get into the industry? Tell us.
All started when I joined the military back in 2000. 9/11 happened, found myself deploying, got injured, got out the military, and then I started working for FEMA. Once I started working at FEMA, they put me in a grants program directorate. And then from there, I was signing off grants and contracts. Contract came across my desk one day for $2.7 million to install smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors in West Virginia. So that night I decided to resign from FEMA and launch my own firm.
Now, what exactly is government contracting? Can you go into more detail?
So it is where the government buys goods and services and ideas from time to time. So a good could be a product like a computer or a pencil. A service could be accounting services or videography. It's where the government has problems, they have needs for us as the private corporations or nonprofits to be able to help them solve their problem.
Now, how can someone watching this get their foot started in government contracting? How would they get started and where should they go?
Well, you got to start a company, or you can be an independent contractor or a sole proprietor. You can register on various sites. One of the most famous sites is Systems for Award Management, That's when you want to do business with the federal government. If you want to do business with state and local, they have their own procurement sites as well that you can register with. All you got to do is use Google and type in your state or your county or your city. And there's also a government agency called quasi-government. A lot of people don't know about that. And so that is where you got your airport authorities, Amtrak. If you know Amtrak, they're a part of the quasi as well because they cross multiple jurisdictions.
So anyone can do this, basically.
Anyone. You don't need a college degree. You don't need money. You don't need experience. You literally could start your company today, register your company with these sites, and then you can start bidding on projects.
Okay, so someone asked me my DM, the pros and cons of contracting. Mind you, I've been contracting now for about 2 months, so I'm gonna give you 3 pros. I'm gonna try to see can I pull out 3 cons. So my first pro would be I love to travel. I've been traveling before the military, and I was in the military, so I love to travel. My second pro would be the pay. Pay is really good. So, and I think my third pro would be just networking, meeting different people, learning different things. If you're gonna stay in a contracting field for a while, or if not, people put you on different shit. You just gotta be willing to network and listen. So the cons would be, what's the con? Okay, so a con would be if you're not used to getting up in the morning time. I'm private service, so I was used to getting up, going to PC. So that wasn't the issue for me. I think a second con would be for some people, the location, the time difference, the time zone, being away from family, and I think that's about it. I can't do 3. I only got 2 cons. Alright, so no, you don't need a college degree. All you need is a GED or a motherfucker.
You guys about to say something?
Yeah.
No,
I got to say, one, I threw, when he was talking about government contract, I threw a website up there. Sam's, that's one of them. And I want to share a story with you guys. I went to go pick someone up for the airport up in Scottsdale. There we have this exclusive little area where the celebrities and rich people stay at, one of them at least, called Desert Mountain. I went to go pick someone up, take to the airport. This guy was telling me his story. He was near broke, about 6 years ago. He invested in in golfing equipment. Him, his brother, and another investor. I think he may have went through this particular site, Sam's, doing that type of stuff. 6 years later, 67 employees later, his company's making $110 million.
Yep. I wanted one of my biggest contracts on a local state government contracting website. I used to sell medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. I was a legal drug dealer.
One of my closest friends in the States, when he got out the feds, he was selling medical supplies, diabetic supplies, and first contract was $25,000 out the gate, and next thing you know, he was regular contracting. And
Yeah, and here's the punchline to that story. He told me, "Yo, drive down the driveway and make a right as we leaving, and just go a few feet. I want to show you something." So I did that. Just stopped at his next door neighbor's house. He said, "Yo, Larry the cable guy lives here." I was like, I knew Larry lived up in here, but I didn't know where. Because we have a bunch of celebrities that live up in that particular community. Because, yeah. But yeah, government contracting, he was literally giving me the actual code to be rich.
Yeah, I mean, just the state level, we did a flu deal. It was a black-owned medical supply and pharmaceutical company. The guy didn't know what he was doing. He hired me to be a VP of sales. His first deal with the state, aside for the tetanus and diphtheria deal I did, $7.8 million. The only small business that ever delivered the whole state of flu to a black-owned company. I took that deal away from the manufacturers of it because I had been doing government contracting ever since I got out of the military.
And also, I think, sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
PMP, project management,
yes, sir.
Certification, dude, you set. You set. That's 6 figures. They dying for that stuff. They're dying for people with project management background and certifications.
That is true. That's in corporate America as well as beyond. That is so true. Let me drop a few more links for these guys. Let me drop at least 4 more links. We've been dropping links all night, gentlemen, to job opportunities. Going to drop a few more links.
To the Neo Crunk Cannon, yo brother, I missed you. Just want to say hi to him.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. Let me pull this up. Screen share. There we go. Okay. Let me make sure that we can see. Okay, there we go. All right. The next link that I'm about to share with you guys is the CAC International. So I'm going to click on this one. Yes, sir.
Khaki. That's how we call it. Khaki.
Khaki.
Yeah.
And then right here, you can go to the careers, the opportunities. Let me scroll down. The opportunities that they have. And look that up. They're hiring. Looked at their hiring events, veteran hirings, alumni, so forth. Remember, these are all recruiting agencies that help you find work. Remember this, guys. That's what we're showing you. And then you go to careers. And then you can just put in whatever location you want, and you can find those job opportunities. And this is one of the top ones as well. A lot of guys don't realize that there are opportunities all around the world for guys to take advantage of. Let me drop that link.
I'm trying to get with them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The next one we're going to look at is, let's go back here. Lydias, and they do defense and intelligence, IT and engineering in countries in the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. And look how many jobs are found with them. Over 1,800 jobs are found with them. I'm going to drop the link for them right now for you guys.
And if you notice, there's translator positions on that, so you can get a
that's true.
You can organize it by whatever job you want or country or whatever, but you can see they're looking for Arabic language instructors, Somali translator or linguist. You know, these are, and I'm quite sure there's Spanish somewhere hidden amongst that, possibly.
True. A lot of guys have learned Spanish and don't realize they can make money with that. That's wild. That's wild, Ronan.
Yo, man, I used to explain to people, I said, do you understand every job you get, even if it's 6 figures, that company that hired you is leveraging your knowledge, your information, because they know they're making more than 6 figures that they're paying you.
Oh, yeah.
The average company knows they need to make a 35 to 40% markup on whatever they're paying you for a salary. So if you're being hired at a certain dollar amount, if you just had the gumption to do it on your own and market yourself and be able to get into the field that you're good at, you can make so much more money as an independent. Somebody was just talking about it's better to work for yourself. It absolutely is, but some people aren't leaders and don't have the mindset to market themselves. So these type of jobs are what that's for. But if you knew how much they're leveraging your ability to make money for themselves for, you would do it yourself. But a lot of guys don't understand that. They don't get into the ownership mentality. They are just workers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But think about, if they're offering you that job for that dollar amount, if you're capable of working on your own, how much more can you make?
Mm-hmm.
So true. So true. Let's go on over to one more. You guys are making great points. So we went to this. Did we go to this one already?
Yeah, you just did Lighthouse.
Okay. So now we got KBR. And we're going to click on KBR that was mentioned earlier. And the job opportunities that are there. And you just scroll down to KBR. And you can see the job opportunities on a global basis that are there. You can see locals as far as the states. But then you can also click right here and you can choose your country. So you see how I did that? Some of you guys didn't notice that I did that, but I just click on one of the spots on the side, and now you can choose country. It'll start off by showing you US, but then when you click one of the stars on the side right here, I mean, not stars, but plus sign, and now you got the jobs out in Romania, Saudi Arabia, as well as other places around, 22 in Germany, France.
I noticed how you skipped over Iraq.
I'm sorry, 21 in Iraq.
Hey, I don't know anybody wants to go to Iraq. That's what I'm saying. I ain't going there.
Know, right? You can hit Japan up like the one young lady. She was talking about that she all her success was in, as you noticed, that was in Asia. She talked about being in Korea. She talked about being in Taiwan. She talked about, I believe, in Thailand. So that's where her government contracts were. But a lot of guys just think that it must be only in the Middle East, and that's not necessarily true. So I'm going to drop the link for this one. And I'm going to drop one.
I just put another link in there for you, Andre. This is for Boeing. Boeing do a lot of contracting as well.
Dre, Free Game is looking for the link.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you the link, Free Game. Here we go. So you said you dropped the link for Boeing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they also do a lot of contracting overseas.
T-Mac is a testimony. He says, I work for Boeing.
Swear, man.
I made every minute of it.
T-Mac, what haven't you done? T-Mac is he like me, man. T-Mac is a verb, not a noun. He is a verb, not a noun.
But that's where the entrepreneurial spirit comes from. We've worked so many different angles and so many jobs. It's like, is there a job you haven't done? You go look at my LinkedIn, you're like, what the hell? Where have you not worked?
I've got a resume for dang near every career that I've had because I can't bundle them all up in one.
Nope. You got to change them up based on the job you're applying for.
Yep. He said I had to keep switching up companies to get my paper up. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Let me drop one more down here for you guys. One more site for us. And let's go over here. And Patron.
Yeah, I met one of the recruiters for that. Me and him are good friends. That's a good company. Right.
Cool. And this is let's go over here. This is their job site. I mean, not just their job site, but also remember, these are recruiting sites. So you're going to have recruiters that's going to help you in regards to each step of the way.
You will get Homeland Security jobs there. You will get DOD. You will get Department of State.
So they're doing the background checks. They're doing the big ones.
No, not just checks, just regular jobs.
No.
With this particular company.
I see all the TIs and the top secret clearances, SCI, and so there's a lot of clearances that they're looking at for the higher end guys. Mm-hmm. There's a public trust. Most of them saying top secret.
With Poly. Oh man.
Public trust.
Hey, let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Fearless and Black Man Travels, they have their wives coming in. You'll have your wife bring you a drink. Bruh, there's nothing like that. I like that feeling.
You know I do. You know I do.
I know your wife be bringing you drinks. Yo, this is the first time I've been online where a woman been able to bring me a drink online. You know what I'm saying? That's
nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with that. Live it up. Live it up.
Yes. Cheers.
Yeah, I'm jealous, man.
You next.
I ain't gonna lie. And then, you know, the part that I love about a lot of times I don't even have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Andrea just come in here. You guys won't see her off camera. She'll come in here. Is there anything you need? You need some coffee? You need some water? And I'll be like, I'd like some coffee. And she'll go in there and just make some coffee during the show. So definitely, man. I really appreciate that about Andrea. Shout out to you guys.
Shout out to Auntie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So let's go back to the video.
Free game is in the back. If you're ready.
Is he back there? Oh, I see free game. My bad. Let me bring up free game to the stage, and we'll talk to free game for a few moments. Let me move this out of the way. There we go. Shout out to you, free game. Glad you're here, brother.
Can y'all hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, good morning from my side, and good evening to all the gentlemen, everyone in the chat. Yeah, it's what 6:30 a.m. over here for me, so I'm just now getting to work. So I guess I can give a couple pros and cons, give y'all a little bit of my time.
And where are you located?
I am in Qatar.
Ooh,
Qatar. Yeah. So, and I wouldn't have went to work today, but today is actually a Qatar holiday, so I get paid extra. So I'm in here trying to get it today in the morning.
Get that time of the hand.
Yeah.
Take that. I got you.
So a free little tidbit for people, looking to get into this or whatever. Qatar and Kuwait and other places, they do have lots of holidays for their country. Qatar right now is being one of them with Eid. We also had one after Ramadan too, so you get paid extra for that. Just for G-Wiz. So, but all right.
How'd you get started in government contract? I mean, why I keep saying overseas contracting?
Yeah, so actually I got started last year. My previous job was actually with KBR. And funny enough, I lived in Tampa. And I love it down there.
Tampa
I worked in
boys.
Tampa. Yep, I love Tampa. I was down there in Clearwater. Loved it. But
through the city, they get it.
813.
Yes, sir. That's right. And I loved it down there, but I still had the dedication and the, trying to just get overseas because I've had my passport since 2022. So I just never went overseas. So I just kept applying for jobs, kept applying. And then actually I found my manager, he just left, but I found him on LinkedIn. So I hit him up. And then I hit him up, sent him a message, and then I found a recruiter for my current job. I won't say the name. I work with one of the jobs that you put on there, but just for security reasons, I won't say my actual company. And I hit up the recruiter. So I had two things working, and then she was like, "Well, which application do you want me to push through? Because I can only push one." I was like, "Well, push for this job right here." I said, "Okay." She pushed it through, and next thing you know, I got a call from just my previous manager the week after. And I had one interview, and I interviewed pretty good. And he was like, "Look, I know you might not know everything on the job, but that's not the case. Sometimes we want people that's just coachable. We can train to do other things because you can learn almost any job." So,
Facts.
I was like,
That's
"Yeah,
so
let's do
true.
it." And I'm young, I'm single, not married, I have no kids, so I have nothing, no major responsibility. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm ready to go." Next thing you know, man, I'm out here in Qatar the next month, and that was last June. So I got out here July last year, so next month will be a year for me out here in Qatar.
All right. You can't beat that.
Yes, sir.
Cannot beat
Yeah,
that
so-
at all.
I will say having prior military experience does help. I am an Air Force veteran, so it kind of helps. Ain't no kind of helps, it helps. But everybody that works in this space is not military. I mean, there's people here that just, they've been doing this for a while and they got in, or some people just fresh green behind the ears and they got, they got pulled for it. So there's jobs for any and everything. Immigration, you got immigration that work overseas, obviously. A lot of jobs in Africa, just everywhere. Kuwait is probably the main hub from what I see and from what I hear, as far as trying to get your foot in the contracting, because Kuwait has some of the biggest contracts and the most. So, but Qatar, man, it's nice. It's nice. And I can't wait to travel some more. So the only places I've been so right now is Qatar and Thailand. I've been to Thailand 3 times, man, and I love it there. Can't wait to go back. And so eventually I just want to go around the world, and I don't care where I go. As long as it's not like Antarctica or something like that, I don't really care where I go.
Okay.
I got a question for Free Game. Free Game, are you contracting with DOD? If you can say that.
No, sir, I'm not.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but the campsite that I work on, it used to be DOD. It's not DOD anymore. It's actually DOS, Department of State. I'll say that
Oh,
much.
okay.
And I don't work for the DoD personally. There is bases out here that works. Obviously, DoD, you got Air Force base out here, Army base, whatever. So
Mhm.
just depends on, because every contract is different. So you could work with a contractor and be, I don't know, 10 miles down the road from where I'm at, and that contract might be DoD. It just depends. So,
Yeah, because
but
I
yeah.
know they used to have something like a physical you have to do prior to getting deployed overseas. I don't know if that still applies for you.
For my job, I actually did no physical. The only thing I did was
Okay.
I did a drug test, which was just a urine test. What else I do? I have a public trust, the one that y'all talking about. Even though I still have a secret clearance from the military, my particular job doesn't use a secret clearance. So if it needs to be reactivated or whatever, I can easily get that. But yeah, I've got a
Right.
public trust, and like y'all said earlier, they do for the public trust. It's just a regular background check. They're checking just whatever you put on there. Don't have significant debt, like you said. People obviously come over here with debt, but like as long as you don't owe, like, I guess, back child support or something crazy, you're pretty
Right.
much good. Just all the normal stuff. I mean, you got normal, regular 9 to 5 jobs that you just work overseas. My job is a regular 9 to 5 job. I just work overseas. That's what
Right.
I tell people or whoever asks me that. It's nothing extreme. You do have jobs that go from, high and low. So, but I do have a little list right here of just pros and cons, and I can kind
Go
of
ahead.
go off that.
Sure.
All right. So I'll start with the cons before I get to the pros. Get the bad out the way first. The first one I say is you're away from family. So just depending on how your situation may be, you are away from your family. Obviously, I don't have any family here. It's just me. Uh, Qatar is hot and dry, but that's the Middle East in general. It's the dry climate. That's probably the biggest con for me because it's low humidity. So that could be good or bad. And when working overseas, you're pretty much only allotted like 30 days outside of country of where you work at. So let's say, for instance, I want to go home to the States. Most people wait a whole year and then they go take a full 30 days and go to the States. Some people don't. So I've had to save some of my days because I went to Thailand a few times. So I got to wait till my year, which will be next month, to get my reset of my 30 days. You see, if you kind of know what I mean.
Right.
So you pretty much get like 30 days out of country R&R, but you can take vacation, while you're working and go wherever within the country or something like that. So just kind of a tidbit. And like I said, once again, every contract is different. So you could be working 5, 6, 7 days. I work 60 hours a week. I work 6 days a week. And that's just how I work, particularly right now with my contract. Some people work 5 and be off 2 days, or some people work 7 days, man. It really just depends. Everything is different. But for me, I work 6 days. Now we get into the pros. Yeah, go ahead.
Free game, real quick. Just talk about your mindset, because this is not for everybody. Self-isolation.
Okay.
You don't make friends easy.
Right.
You're antisocial. You got guys like this that are entertaining this. Talk about the type of mindset you need to have when you're away, if you're a type of family guy, or so tell them about your mindset and how that works.
That's actually a great question. I'm glad you asked. So I will say I'm 28 years old. No, it's for real. It's a good question. I'm 28. I can be a bit of an introvert and an extrovert. If I want to be around people and stuff, I can. If not, I don't have to be. I love my family. I love being in the States and, just seeing my family and stuff. But at this point in time, something just had to change, and I've always wanted to go overseas and see more than my backyard. And this provided me an opportunity to do that. I saw the window of opportunity and I took it. And you do have to stay dedicated through this because, yeah, I do miss back home. I do miss cookouts and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, this is for something bigger. It's going to help me more long term. Not paying much of bills anymore. We know how it is living in the States right now. This is really the perfect time, if you can, to get into contracting. So I just took it and ran with it, man. And I plan on doing this for a while. The mindset is you just gotta be able to want to do it. You can't live in fear. You got to do it. And like Qatar, there's nothing going on here. There's no war or nothing going on. You know, if you're in Iraq or something like that, yeah, you got to kind of watch out for that, and you know, in that environment. But Qatar, man, you're living good. You just go to work, do your normal stuff, and then just go home and do whatever you want to do. And I've tried to get like one or two of my homies to come over here, or at least just put in for application just to see what's up. But man, I'll say just being in that matriarchy, I'm not trying to make this stream about that, but being in that type of stuff or just really holding on to family and stuff like that, your family will be okay. You got to take care of yourself first before you can take care of other people. You know,
Facts.
whether that be financially, I mean, physically or whatever. If you want to come out here and just kind of be a solo man and just grind and get to work and hit the gym, you can do whatever you want. Or a woman. I mean, it doesn't matter. But yeah, you got to have that mindset of just, I'm going to do it. And that's when I had, you know, about 1-2 years ago, I was like, something's got to change. I wanted to get out of my home. I needed a full 360, which was one of the reasons why I joined the military. I wanted to get away from home. You know, it wasn't too bad. It's just, I wanted something different. Because back where I'm from, man, you can get stuck working in manufacturing or just whatever the case may be. And I didn't want to do that all my life. Standing up for 10, 12 hours, man, working in a plant on a concrete floor, that's not for me. I'm sorry. I just can't do that. And it's mundane. There's no growth in it. So I recognized that early on. I was like, I got to do something different. So that's pretty much what my mindset is right now.
Awesome.
I know, a great story, great example, man. 28 years,
Thank
man.
you,
Dude, if I'd have talked to y'all, I wouldn't have been in the feds.
Man, honestly, I wish I could have joined contracting when I was 15, because I'm hearing from a lot of these guys or something, man. They was coming out here working for KBR, making big money, 100 grand easy back in like 08, 09. I was still in middle school or whatever at the time. Man, they was making big money. But you know, that time is, you know, time is time. So I can't really go back for that. But I'm still here at a great time, man, because like I said before on one of the other streams, I was paying $2,000 a month in rent. I love Tampa. Don't get me wrong, I love Tampa Bay area and stuff like that. But man, $2,000 a month plus all the other bills you got to pay, and now I pay nothing.
You working to survive. That's all you're doing.
That's all you're doing. You living paycheck to paycheck. Even making 100 grand, like you said, Andre, you make 100 grand, you paying 30, 40 in taxes.
Easy.
So easy. And that goes into my first pro of being in the contracting space. Like you said, foreign earned income exclusion. So for this year, it's probably going to be like 130,000.
Yeah,
I don't make 130,000. Yep. But you know, you can make up to 130K probably this year for the exclusion, man. And even if you make 70 grand a year, that's still tax free.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how you slice it.
Yep. Guys think when I say it, that is a catch to it, or it's got to be something to it, because they've never heard of it, because the average American doesn't live outside the United States. So they think like, man, that can't be real. Maybe Andre is exaggerating. I'm like, no, as long as you don't cross this year's 126,500. Next year is going to be 130,000. As long as you don't cross over the threshold of 130,000 for next year's, when you file your 2025 taxes, all that money is tax free as long as you're not in the States for 330 days of the year.
Right. And free game at your age at 28 years old. 28 years old, my goodness. The financial freedom. If you're doing the right things with your money, the financial freedom you're setting yourself up for right now, for your future, there is nothing you won't be able to attain. Your credit should be clean as a whistle. You have no back debt. You most likely will have enough to just drop a nice size down payment on any size type of house you want once you come back to the States, if you aren't already doing real estate investment as an option. You have so many opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. And I take all the information from people that's been doing this from a long time, and you know, I just kind of watch from them, man. I like hearing other people's stories, and and just like you said, if you've been doing this for a while, you can have a nice, you know, savings, nice nest egg, whether you be investing or whatever you're doing, Me personally, since this is my first year, I am still cleaning up some debt. But once I get out of that, man, shoot, I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know. I might go buy a condo in Thailand or something, or the Philippines. I don't-
Right.
You know, you
Some
just never
high
know.
traffic area where you could actually set it up on Airbnb when you're not in town, you're back working, you're doing whatever, and you're still making money.
Right, correct. So, and that's what guys are doing out here, man. And yeah, you can really set yourself up good. You know, like I said, for me paying all those bills to coming out here, my apartment is free. My job pays for my apartment.
Listen, guys,
They pay
he's
for the
telling
car
you
that I'm driving
everything
right
he
now.
just said. He's telling you. Free rent, free board.
I'm telling you right now. Hey, man, that once you can save your money from paying rent, that's the biggest. I mean, that's the biggest bill you got in most cases. So you take that out your budget. I mean, man, you can pretty much do almost anything you want. So
Talk to him.
now
Talk
I
to
can
him.
just focus on paying down my debt. I can focus on paying down my debt. If my mom or my dad or just anybody needed some money, within reason, obviously, I can send that. I can send that.
Right.
When I go back home and my car need 4 new tires, I can go buy 4 new tires and an oil change right now. Easy.
There you go. No
You know how
complications.
good it feels just to buy 4 new tires, a new battery, or whatever you need. Come on, man. Come on. So
That is so
but
true.
yeah, you know, if I need to just send a little, you know, a couple bucks, man, back home, I can do that. I can pay all my bills with ease. Everything is on the phone, your app. I mean, you know, whatever case may be. Internet is out here is good. The services out here is good. The customer service is great. I mean, you go into the malls out here, they're sweeping, mopping, and cleaning the floors as you walk on them. No kidding. So, I mean, come on, man. It's just it's crazy. And you meet all different type of people, man, from everywhere. You got people that are Asian working out here. A lot of Filipinos are working here in Qatar. A lot.
Oh, they ain't
A
done.
lot of Filipinos. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And everybody else doing the same thing. So it does sound far-fetched. Like, it sounds crazy. Yeah, I can go overseas and make $120,000 tax-free. Where can I do that at? Yeah, you can do that, bro. I'm telling you. As long as you get your foot in the door, and you know, the sky's the limit. You can do that. And because the first time I heard about contracting, I was actually in the military, retired master sergeant. Never forget this. He was like, man, when you get out, you need to, you know, get your VA stuff right, or whatever the case may be for all the vets they know. And it's like, man, you ain't got nothing, like no kids, no nothing. You need to go overseas and contract. I was like, huh, what you talking about? He's like, man, you just need to go overseas and work. And ever since then, it's always stayed in the back of my mind. I was like, hold on, let me look this up. And then someone else from my far in my family said the same thing. They was like, yeah, I used to work for KBR back in like 05, 06. So that brought back up in my memory. I'm like, oh, that's what he was talking about. And the next thing you know, I'm on the internet just looking, applying for jobs, just looking. So there's jobs in every country. Australia, Kuwait, hell, even Thailand, Philippines, if you're able to get in those spots. Europe, all over Europe, Germany. So once he said that, man, it was like, I just had to get in. I had to get in. I love Tampa, Andre. I would have stayed. I love Florida. If I was to go back, I would go over there and work right now. But as of right now, I'm staying overseas, man.
Absolutely.
I'll go back and see my family,
Absolutely.
but I'm staying overseas. I mean, at this rate, you do 10, 15 years of contracting overseas, man. I mean, you can retire. I can well retire before 55, 60 if I do it right.
Oh, yeah. Lennox got a question for you. He says this: how long did it take you to get your offer from when you started to apply?
Great question. My current job, I applied in like late May last year, 2024. It took me about 2 weeks to really touch base with the recruiter and stuff. And once I had my interview, I moved back home and I got out here in Qatar in July. So it took about 5 to 6 weeks. It can take about a month. If you have clearance problems and all the other stuff, which I didn't, it could possibly take longer.
Let me ask you this: what? And I know you had the military experience to kind of help you lean on my question and kind of answer my question I'm about to ask. What was it that made you overcome what others had to say, your friends, your family, and everybody else? Like, man, you just got back from the military. You about to head out again? What made you say? What made you kind of? Because let's be real, a lot of guys got girlfriends back in the States. That's why they ain't going nowhere. A lot of guys got their mom and their dad that haven't that never left the States, so they scared, and so they're gonna sell you on fear mongering. Your boys ain't never been nowhere because they only work for Chrysler, Ford, and GM their whole lives. So what mindset that you had, or what? I don't know how to word it, but what courage or self-determination that you had to have in order to just say, I'm gonna do it. I don't care what y'all talking about.
Right. Everything that you just said is all true. And the last thing you just said is also true. I don't care what y'all talking about. I gotta go do me. And that was my mindset. There's something in your mind that just has to shift, and you just have to do something for yourself. You have to do it. And I had all that stuff riding on me. Even when I moved to Florida from my hometown, I got flack for doing that. Oh, why you want to move to Florida? Why you want to do this? You don't want to get a job around here? The same thing. Before I didn't even went overseas yet. This was just move to Florida, 2 states over. So if I'm gonna get flack for doing that, you definitely gonna get flack for trying to come overseas, man. And so, like I said, I moved to Florida. That happened. People would say, man, why you moving? I come back home. Yeah, I'm going to Qatar. It's Qatar. And I told my folks, my mom, my dad, and them, I was like, man, look, I'm gonna be good over there. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm good. It's people over there on ground. That's from where I'm from. They working over there. Good people. And yeah, you're gonna get hit from all sides, man. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Whatever you do in life, there's always gonna be something or somebody that's gonna question you on what you're doing. Always. If I want to start a YouTube, man, why are you starting YouTube? Because I want to. It's as simple as that.
True.
You know, like, come on.
Friend.
So I'm hearing people from back home, man, and people are struggling, bro. Really struggling right now. You know, this is not a political argument or nothing like that. Everybody's struggling. Everybody. So this is the first time in my life I'm able to actually breathe. You know what I mean? I'm able to actually breathe. Yeah. So yeah, you just gotta take that leap of faith, and whether it works out or not, at least I tried it. At least I went overseas and met somebody different. I met some, new experiences. I got the job or whatever. And that's just how it goes, man. You got people that's been over here for 10 to 15 years doing this, being overseas. They don't even go back home. If they go back home, they see family, and then they come right back out here.
That's so true. Somebody had a question for you, GJ. He said, is there any age limit on retired guys or C2C work?
Age limit? I don't think there's an age limit, but I will say there are people, let's say Qatar, for example. Qatar is very strict on giving work visas and visas for people that are, from my understanding, that are 60 plus. So I don't know how old most folk are or whatever, but it is hard to get like a work visa or a work permit if you're 60 plus here in Qatar. I can't speak for other countries. That's just what I've heard being here on ground. There is no age limit. I mean, as long as you got a work history, even if you're 25, I mean, you can still get in here. It might be a little bit more difficult, but they want somebody a little bit more seasoned probably. But I mean, there's somebody that works with me or works over here. They're younger than me, So if you just just get in, get your foot in the door, you'll be really good. But I don't think there's no age limit. As long as you like I said, as long as you're not 60 over here in Qatar and you don't have visa problems, yeah, you can pretty much get almost any job like anybody else.
Good point. Excellent point.
So I can't speak for Kuwait or somewhere like that, or maybe even Germany. Everybody got different laws. That's just what I see over here on my side.
And that's what we heard, and the guy said in the last time we did this live stream. The brother said it depends on that particular country's age of what retirement or too old is. He said it's not necessarily the contractor. Somebody asked a question for you guys. So you recommended. I'll just paraphrase that person's question until I find it. The person asked was, so the first thing you guys recommend that they do is to reach out to a recruiter or recruiting agencies, not just.
I would.
I would just apply. Just go to the
I
site.
have a
Just see what's available that fits your needs and apply. Or unless you know a recruiter or something like that, you can do that on LinkedIn. Try to reach out to a recruiter, but just so you don't waste their time and stuff. Know what you want. Know what the position you want, what you can do, what skill sets you have. Have all that ready for the recruiter. If you're going to reach out to the recruiter. Other than that, I will just go to the the links that Andre's putting up there and just look at the job announcements and apply.
So true.
Yeah, I second that. Have your LinkedIn profile ready if you don't got one. Make one. I mean, heck, I even made LinkedIn Premium for a while just so I could contact recruiters, because sometimes LinkedIn don't always give you that access. I mean, pay the extra $20 or $30 a month. I mean, heck, if you pay $15 a month back, they don't hit you back either. So it just depends. You kind of got to work it. But I got a very important point real quick before I forget. Somebody said something that they was applying for jobs in Colombia, I think with a mental. So I forgot whoever said this, but this is a very important point. When you're looking at jobs overseas or anywhere in general, look at the description. It will say LN or OCN. That means local national or other country national, not for US. That is a very important point. All those jobs in Colombia, I've actually saw them. I looked at them too myself because I wanted to go, but I had to look. And I was like, wait a minute, this is for Colombia nationals only. You can literally see it on the job description. So that's a key point that y'all need to look at, is if it says LN or OCN, that's a local national or other country national, not for US, not for the US. Now,
good point.
If you are Colombian, if you're Colombian, someone's a Colombian in this chat, I mean, yeah, you're probably a Colombian national. I mean, I guess by your nationality, I guess, but yeah, you can apply for that. But some jobs are not for US, because we have a lot of OCNs that work here where I work at too. A lot of Filipinos, a lot of Indians, Africans, and some of the jobs are just for OCNs only. So that's a very key point, and y'all make sure to pay attention to that when you're reading these job descriptions.
That's a good point. I came across, while I was doing my research, a lot of contractors, overseas contractors that like you said, they were Asian, that especially the Africans. Came across a lot of African individuals that they had their own channels dedicated to overseas contract work, and they were teaching people on the continent of Africa how to get involved in it. So you're absolutely correct in regards to that. It's not just us in America,
right?
That's going for contract jobs.
Yes, a lot of Africans, a lot of everybody, they're doing the same thing. And I got just like 2-3 more points, and then I can let someone else talk.
Take your time, brother.
Since I am here in Qatar, we do have great healthcare over here, and working these jobs, in most cases, 9 out of 10, you do get insurance, whether it be Cigna, United Health, or whatever the case may be. I mean, I went and got my teeth cleaned for like $10.
There you go.
You can get a filling. You can get everything, medications, prescriptions. I've paid like $2 for whatever prescription that I needed a while back. For, let's say I get a allergy, a sinus infection. I can go right down the street, go get seen. I come out, I pay like $2 or $3 for my prescription. And sometimes my insurance covers it. So it just depends. But I'm not paying that much getting hit over the head for $20, $30, $40, for just some sinus pills, allergy pills. So that's another key point as well. You got good healthcare, dental, mental, just your standard clinics, everything. We still have all the services, just like DoorDash. We got everything. We got Uber here. I mean, you got everything. People will deliver food right to your door. Whatever apartment you're in, they deliver it right to your door. So you got that as well. And then let's see what else. Yeah, you just have all the goods and services, just like the US has, if not better. Like I said, I mean, all the bathrooms in the malls and stuff are clean. Everything. The services are just good, man. You walk around somewhere, I mean, they're happy to attend to you. What you need. If you want to get an Uber ride inside the mall, you can do that. So, I mean, Because these malls are, they're huge, man. They have lots of them over here. And I haven't been to Dubai yet, but I heard Dubai probably has one of the biggest malls in the whole world. And I'm sure they got Uber services in that mall as well. Because you definitely gonna get your steps in once you go in these
All
malls.
right. Yeah, I like to hear that.
Yeah, you definitely gonna get your steps in. And oh yeah, by the way, when I had went to Thailand too, I met Richie Mack. El Guapo?
El Guapo was over there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chocolate Man. I met all those guys, man, when I went to Thailand last time in Pattaya. So
Shout out to those gentlemen.
yeah, shout out to them, man. Shout out to all of them. I'm not trying to make just talk about Thailand or whatnot, but when you come overseas, man, it really expands your view, your POV, to do something else. I've always wanted to go to Thailand or go to Asia in general, and to be over here, it's allowed me to do that. I can pay that plane ticket to go, and Tar Airways is one of the best airlines in the whole world. So I fly good when I go over there. I mean, and it's only a 6-hour flight, at least to Thailand. But this hub right here, you can pretty much go anywhere. You can go to Africa. You can go to just anywhere you want to go. Pay the plane ticket. You want to fly business class or whatever your pockets can hold. Hey, brother, do that. Do you? But it's all good. And just being over here, it makes me want to see the world.
That's one thing I said about America. America keeps you isolated. If you're in any other country, it's so much easier to catch a flight.
Yeah.
So much cheaper.
Yeah.
From anywhere in the world, once you leave American soil and land somewhere else and make it that your home base, so much cheaper and so much easier to fly anywhere you want to go.
Yes. Even flying a couple states over costs you a couple $100. It might cost you $500 just to fly from Florida to Texas, man. I mean, it's crazy. Domestically, I flew from Bangkok to Phuket for $80. I mean, come on, man.
That's about right.
I damn near did the same I'm at.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah.
There was times I was when I was in Israel, I saw flights from Israel to Cyprus for $35 round trip.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Flying domestically overseas, man, is cheap. Even in Europe, I know a girl. She travels a lot, and she don't really fly in Europe. You can take the train anywhere, easy. She went to 4 different countries in one weekend.
Yeah.
That's
where I'm at right now. I'm in a province area, but it has its own airport in the city. I can fly their first class ticket for barely $100.
Yep.
Colombia is 120.
Right. If I have a hospital issue, I could take an airplane like a taxi into Manila to one of their top hospitals, get whatever I need taken care of, and then fly back.
Yep. Easy.
A day trip out of it. Yeah.
And working in this space.
Nope. Go ahead, brother.
And working in this space is pretty much it's just geo arbitrage in another sector. You taking advantage of the low cost of living, if you pay any living at all. The rates here are cheaper. I still make my US dollar, so and I get it converted to the national currency, whatever that may be, for wherever you're at. And it's just geo arbitrage. I mean, I live good. I can essentially almost buy anything that I really want. Like if I want to buy 10 pair of Jordans, I can go buy 10 pair of Jordans. I'm not going to do that, obviously, but I'm just saying you can do what you want. You got the freedom to do it. Like bills have been cut down significantly. So people come out here, they come pay their debt off or whatever they want to do. You want to buy a car, you want to come out here for a year or two, save up 50 grand or whatever the case may be, and go back home. You can do that. Some people go back home, buy their house, buy their car, get into real estate. Like my man here was saying, you can pretty much do anything. You can do everything that you want, and you can expedite that process being overseas.
Okay.
Pretty much. You can expedite that process. You work over here 2-3 years, man. You might say, depending on how much you working and what kind of money you're making, you can save up 100 grand. Easy. You can invest easy. And just working a regular job, regular 9 to 5. So you might work a little bit more hours overtime, but hell, you're working 60, 70 hours in the States anyway. So, I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, absolutely. And being said, he said my sister, when she was in medical school in England, used to travel all over Europe by train for cheap. Bruh, you just do not know how inexpensive it is to travel by train until you experience it, Americans.
Yep.
It is so inexpensive to go from Portugal to France, from France to UK, from UK to or you just go from Madrid to Rome. From Rome, you're going up to Switzerland or Sweden or Germany. I mean, you can knock out countries so inexpensive, $25 a flight. I mean, a flight or a train ride, $15, $10, dude. And I'm talking about some amazing, some beautiful trains. I was just watching this one video the other day. This couple went from Rome to Sweden, first class on the train, which include the meals and everything, with their daughter, $26 a piece. You can't do no $26 a piece in the States going from one country to another.
That's Chick-fil-A. That's a whole Chick-fil-A meal, $26.
That is true, my friend. That is true.
That's how much Chick-fil-A costs now. I haven't had it in a while, but I best believe I'm gonna get something like it to the States. But yeah, you can travel really easy, and yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I've been to Thailand 3 times since I've been here. I'm gonna go one more time this year, and then I'm gonna switch it up next year in 2026 and go some other places. But yeah, I'm going back to Thailand in November. So
yeah, and I want to bring this up. The food over there is a lot more cleaner and healthier. You'll lose.
Oh yeah,
you don't really have
see a man Ronan.
You don't even really have to try at all.
Hey, I've only been here a month too, so I mean, I've been here since May 6th. So
yeah, when I was in
Israel,
I'm
getting a hell of a lot of steps in.
And good point, you made that.
I have osteoarthritis in both my knees. My knees don't hurt as bad because of the weather. A lot better on my knees, so I'm getting a lot more steps in. You know what I'm saying? So my girl down there, Dre, seen it. You know, went shopping, got all kind of healthy food, wanting to cook every day. I can't complain.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, I
food is good.
I was in Israel. I mean, the food is just so much cleaner, especially the local food. You get used to eating that, which is not hard to get used to. I was eating falafels. I was eating shawarma. I was addicted to shawarma. I started dropping weight.
Shawarma's a big thing out here too.
Yeah.
What is shawarma?
It's like
wrap, but you know,
it's like a wrap, so to speak. It's like a pita bread. You slice it. Well, it depends on what style. They got different styles of it. You slice a pita bread and you stuff it with lettuce, tomatoes, chicken or beef or whatever and stuff like that. Hummus. It's delicious. It is really, really delicious. Sometimes you can throw some falafel in there if you want. Delicious Middle Eastern food. But you will lose weight when you're overseas because it's just none of that preservative and stuff they put in American food over there. Like when I was in Jordan, I lost 10 pounds in 10 days. And I didn't really do anything except for that one day I went down to the city of Petra and I had to go hike to the canyon to go see the buildings that's carved in the stone, the treasury.
Right.
Stone. Yeah. Outside of that, really no physical exercise really at all, just walking around.
Yeah.
So much cleaner.
The food here. One of my favorite dishes here in Qatar is it's barbecue fish. So it's pretty much like it's just a whole fish. They fillet it down the middle, and they put it in some type of flame broiler or grill or something. And oh man, it's so good. It's got like the Indian spices and stuff on it. You can get it low spicy, real spicy, however you like. Some good rice, a good salad, and it's so healthy. Like it's just full of protein, all the nutrients, man. I feel so clean eating that. Shawarmas over here too. People love shawarmas over here. And yeah, you got it all, man. I mean, one thing I do miss is like real leafy greens, because I love my collard greens. I love turnip greens and stuff like that. I'm from the South. That's one thing I can kind of say I kind of miss about being here in Qatar. A lot of stuff is imported, but like the fishes and some of the proteins, they're really good. Oh yeah, and no pork over here too. I don't eat pork, so
Yeah, I have
no pork over here in Qatar.
almost 35 years. I
Well-
haven't eaten. Yeah.
And when you're in
Well, there is
you have free gym. You got a gym all to yourself. You know, you can go. So no gym membership whatsoever. You can just go work out.
Somebody
Whenever.
mentioned that. Yeah, there's a gym in my apartment. It sure is. Yep. And my apartment in US dollar costs about $3,500.
Damn. They ain't ready to hear this. We're gonna end this live stream right there, man. They ain't ready to hear this.
I
It's
told
too
you
much
they ain't
God
cheap.
caring.
They are not cheap when they put people up. It's not some hovel.
That's an
they
excellent
put
point.
you up in.
Yep. My apartment is a 2-bedroom with a kitchen, already furnished, everything. It costs about, I've asked them, I was like, how much it really costs to live in this? In their country, in the currency here, I forgot what it is, but equivalent to about $3,000, anywhere from $3,000 to $4,000. Now, that's good living. Everybody doesn't get that. So just as a disclaimer, everybody doesn't get that. Some people live in tents. People that's been deployed before or something like that. Sometimes you might be in a little connex like that. But if you live in good, you're on a good contract with a lot of money, and you get into a good spot, hey man, you can live real nice. You can live real nice. So I park my car under the parking deck and I walk right up. I got a key to my room, a key to get inside. Security is good. Man, it's crazy. I'm telling you, I've never seen nothing like it. Never seen nothing like it.
I love it. I love
So,
it, man.
yeah, it's all here. And yeah, I'm actually about to go to work right now. 7:00. So
All right. Well, let me, man. I just want to let you know, man. Free gamer, man. You always invited onto the stream, man. Appreciate you. I always see you in the comments. I've been waiting to do this show with you and Ronan.
Yeah.
And shout out to Passport Blueprint for actually being here, adding on to it as well. I'm gonna drop a couple more. I'm gonna let you go because I know you're getting ready for work, and that's why I want to give you your flowers right now. Is there anything in closing that you would like to share? Anything else that just a few words to encourage guys who are really, once these cameras go off and they go back to tomorrow in their regular lives, what encouraging words do you have to keep them thinking about or just going for it?
Well, first off, Mr. Andre, I appreciate you for having me on the stream. I've been wanting to get on for a while. I've been watching you for a while, so I want to say thank you. Thank you to all the other guys on the stream. To everybody watching, or girls too, women too. Just say thank you. And the last few words that I have, man, is just you only get one life. You know, you got to do what you got to do. Take the leap of faith and just do it, so you won't regret it. If you do get the window of opportunity, you need to take action on that, because sometimes you can miss a window, you can miss an opportunity, but you got to be ready to take those. You know, for any and everybody, whatever situation you're in, you got to be ready to take that leap. You just got to just ready to just to walk. You know, just go do it. Seeing this, being overseas, man, it has changed my view on a lot of things, and it's just opened the window for everything else. So, to all the people out there just watching, just say thank you. I appreciate it. And Andre, keep the stream going, keep the YouTube going. You're doing a good thing, man. Shout out to Tampa. Shout out to everybody else, and just keep doing this. If you get, like I said, if you get the opportunity, man, y'all need to take advantage of it. At least do a year. At least do 1 year. You don't got to do 5-10 years. Try it for 1 year, even 6 months. You do a 6-month contract, just try it. Go out there and see something different. You come out here to Qatar, Kuwait, and you don't like the heat, it's okay. Just, you can still leave. I mean, just because it's contracting don't mean you're bounded by something. You can still leave. It's a regular job. So just try it out. Go make your money and go somewhere else. See what's up. So that's the tidbit I got. And I'm about to go over here to work on this holiday, make this extra money, and I'm gonna sit at my desk. And I might continue to watch the stream.
There we go. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, y'all.
We'll let you
peace.
go.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
Can I throw this out real quick for you?
Yes, sir.
Just for you guys out there in the chat, I want you to think about that. So say I'm gonna do this for 5 years. Say you're getting paid $100,000 a year. You take that first $100,000, you knock out your bills, which I know a lot of us probably may not have $100,000 worth of bills. But just to say you got $50,000 in bills. Take care of that $50,000. The other one, okay, I'm gonna put it in a retirement. Next year, you may take the other $100,000, put it in a retirement. Whatever remaining years you want to do, you may want to buy a condo in, say, Thailand. Okay, you take that and get yourself a condo in Thailand, and whatever money after those remaining years, you can either put it on into your retirement. You got your retirement padded up, you got cash in the bank, you got your place in Thailand, you're set in 5 years. Think about it. Think about it. And we haven't even touched Social Security yet.
Bags.
You ain't touched none of that stuff yet. In 5 years, you're set, and just leave that money just sitting there. For all you young guys, just let that just sit there and grow. See what happens when you retire. How much you already just put in about over $500,000 in your retirement, saved in a retirement account. Then you want to go out in the States and get yourself a regular job. Guess what's going to happen? And when you really actually get ready to retire, multi-millionaire, yeah, that easy, that quick.
Excellent.
Got a lot of opportunities on that one. I land my plane.
Excellent point. Take advantage of it, guys. It's not too late. It's not too late. You guys aren't even near your 60s. It's not too late, and it's not far-fetched. We're about to show you guys a few more. Well, I guess we'll do a few more minutes of the video, and then we'll do
diploma, transcript.
After we do a few more minutes of the video, we're going to put 5 more links down, if not 6. So we got 6 more links that we're going to give you guys after watch a few more videos.
What the fuck is called? That's all you need. And you're straight.
We'll go back.
Diploma, transcript. For me, I think a second.
This brother was talking about that you don't need a degree for every job that's out there. Some jobs you don't necessarily have to have a degree. So he's going to talk about some of those jobs.
Can it be for some people? The location, the time difference, the time zone, being away from family. And I think that's about it. I can't do 3. I only got 2 cons. Alright, so no, you don't need a college degree. All you need is a GED or a motherfucking high school, you know, diploma, transcript, whatever the fuck it's called. That's all you need. And you're straight. Do the application, get your ass in here. So the people that has been asking me about contracting, the fiscal year has started over in October. So October just passed. So from my understanding, that means that a lot of jobs are hiring right now. There are a lot of openings. There are a lot of positions that's open.
Shout out to Theo.
So like for my job, we have, I done seen like 4 or 5 people came in. So you go on clearancejob.com. That's what I recommend because that's how I got my job. You go on there, you apply. You can go on LinkedIn and find a recruiter for that job or that company, and you can email them or send them a text message. Most times on LinkedIn they have their personal numbers on there, and when I reached out to the recruiter, they responded back quickly. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Yeah.
Something good gonna happen in this year.
I just found a contracting company that has a lot of positions open. It's Kuwait, UAE, and Qatar. This is the site. And these are the open positions.
And that's one of the companies that I'm about to drop the link to as well.
Share this with anybody that you think could use this information.
When I tell people that we lived in Germany, it's always like, oh my gosh, how was it? But I always tell people it was one of the best experiences that I've had. So if you're trying to get in the government or you're already a government and an employee in like a different agency other than DOD, don't sleep on the opportunities for working overseas that they may offer, because for one, you can get paid a housing allowance and live over there, and you get to experience the world. I cannot wait. When we done with Virginia, we on our way back. We gone. Okay? So look at them overseas jobs when y'all on USA jobs. Don't sleep on the opportunity.
Why is this so hard to believe? Honestly, it's really hard for people to believe things that they haven't seen themselves. But just like this commenter said, he said that I'm in the military on deployments. We have many civilian contractors that make 3 times what we do, all tax-free, and housing and food, etc. for free. And that's exactly what I've been trying to tell people. When you work overseas, everything is completely paid for. Your housing is free, your food is free, and you're making 6 figures, and the first 120,000 is tax-free. So it's so much opportunity for you over there, and you don't even have to work in tech. There's many different careers that you can get into that allow you to go work overseas as well. So if people are interested in learning about how they can get overseas and become overseas government contractors, just comment the word free and I'll send you the link to my free GovTech workshop where I'll teach you everything you need to know to get a job in the GovTech industry. When I was overseas in Taiwan, I was making about 8,000 to 9,000 every 2 weeks after taxes, after benefits, after everything, like everything coming out.
So talk about the tax-free aspect, because it's not like you're going to come back and they're going to put that on your W-2. Like, look, you was overseas, you owe us some money. It really is just tax-free up to a certain amount.
Yep, up to a certain amount. So like if you live overseas and you're overseas for 330 days out of the year, you don't have to pay federal taxes up to the first 107,000. Let's say you...
Now that 107,000 number, this interview was of her 2 years ago. Now all the other videos that I post today were from 2024. I purposely dropped this one even though it was from 2 years ago, because it went from it was 107, then it went up to like 110, then it went to 112,500, then it went to $115,000 tax free, and on now it's up to this year, for 2024 taxes, it's 126,500, and next year for 2025 taxes, it'll be just like the gentleman just said. It's going to be $130,000 tax free. So as long as you don't hit that threshold, it is tax free. But when she did this video, it was like 4 or 5 years ago when it was 120, when it was only $107,000 tax free.
Go overseas and you make under 107, you don't owe any federal taxes, like at all.
So you get to keep your full earning potential, which is insane.
Like there's a IRS law, I guess you would say, it's called the foreign income exclusion.
Which we've been talking about.
All right, let me tell y'all something else too. So when you contracting, it's just like the fucking military. You never been in the military, stick around, I'm explaining it to you. So you know how you go on TDY in the military? TDY. You might be, your application might say you going to one location and you're gonna get there, but they might need bodies at somewhere else. So you're gonna go TDY. They're gonna pay you for your travel. They're gonna pay you every time you go somewhere. You're a contractor now. You see what I'm saying? So don't get over here and get it in a fixed mindset. You gotta be flexible, you gotta be fluid. Because if not, they're gonna send your motherfucking ass home. And you can ask to go home, but that's just you. You're losing money. Why the fuck will you come across the ocean 23, 48 fucking hours just to get here and be like, oh, then you lose the fucking money. The goal of the story, be flexible.
They don't tell you that Kuwait looks like that.
All of those overseas government contractor jobs require a bachelor's degree. That's 100% false. I'm going to show you a couple jobs that don't require a degree. Here's one right here, aerostat operator for overseas, required education, a high school diploma. That's it. Here's a security guard position in Kuwait. Obviously, you don't need a degree to be a security guard. High school diploma or equivalent required. Here's another job with Mantech, senior FSR. This is in Poland. You also don't need a degree for this either. Must have high school diploma or GED. Here's a field engineer position. Also don't need a degree for this. High school diploma or equivalent. I don't know why so many people think that you have to have a degree to work in this space. The federal government doesn't even require degrees for people who work in tech. Just look at the 2210 job series. But for people who want to learn how to become overseas government contractors, there's many different roles and positions. I primarily focus on tech. So if you want to learn how to get into overseas government contracting, just follow me for more tips.
How did I become an overseas contractor?
How did I become a contractor? So during my deployment to Afghanistan, we had a lot of civilians like walking around. I'm like, what y'all doing over here in your civies? What's going on? So I'm friendly naturally. So I started talking to a couple contractors. I was at gate guard because I had got in trouble. So I started talking to some contractors and they gave me that work. They let me know that basically they do the same job that we do but get paid so much more. So, you know me, a light bulb went off in my head and I was like, that sounds like something that I would want to do. So we redeployed and I kind of forgot about it for a little bit, honestly, because I was just ready to get home. But, you know, the funds be running low when you are a reservist. So I reached out to a couple contacts that I had made while I was over there, and they just gave me a couple of sites. They gave me some POCs, and when I say POCs, I mean recruiters. And I started reaching out and sending out my resume, which was like a half a page long, because I was super young and didn't know how to format a resume. But then one day, it was this company called DynCorp, and at the bottom of their website, it said, contact us. And I said, does that mean y'all want me to call y'all? And I was like, okay. So I called them and I was like, hey, my name is Terica. I'm an 88 November. I heard you guys were in need of prior service members for contract jobs. And the guy was like, huh? And then I guess it clicked what was going on, what I was asking. So he was like, what did you say your MOS was? And I said, 88 November. He was like, oh, hold on. And I guess it was God looking out, because I was just really just faking it through. But they were looking for 88 Novembers to deploy to Afghanistan. So he put the recruiter on the phone, and she was super nice about it. She was like, normally we don't handle business like this, but you know, we are actually looking for 88 Novembers. And I was like, awesome. So she basically, that right then and there, spelled it out, how much I was going to be making, how many hours I was going to be working. My first contract was $105,000. And back then, like, oh my God, that was so much. I had never even heard of making that much money. Like, you know, I'm from the hood. So she said that she was going to reach back to the hiring manager. I'm a 24-year-old contractor overseas. Of course I wear collared shirts and khakis to work every day. 24-year-old contractor overseas. Of course the troops in my shops are my kids. Thing one and thing two. I'm a 24-year-old contractor overseas. Of course I work 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. Speak up when I hop about a cut, I promise I'm gonna speak up when I hop about a cut, I promise I'm gonna speak up when I hop about.
We'll provide flight, housing, utilities, transportation, food, and a salary.
Hello.
Guys really think that there's a catch to this. It's great to see brothers and sisters realizing that this is possible. We're going to look at some of the in a second. We're going to look at some of the I'm going to keep you guys another 15 minutes. In a second, we're going to look at least 5 or 6 more websites I'm going to drop for you guys that they just mentioned some of them. But we're going to finish off a little bit more of this video.
The cut, I promise I'm going to make she got like.
Now this sister right here,
You a U.S. citizen willing to relocate and learn.
Let me go back.
You a U.S. citizen willing to relocate.
This right here, I am going to be putting this in the Patreon. This is not only the recruiting agencies, but she actually put in the name and the email of each one of the direct recruiters for the agencies. So you notice I've been dropping the links for the agencies. Well, what she did, she put together all the recruiters for different agencies that we've been looking at already. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to basically just by hand type it all out, the whole list, and I'm going to put this in the Patreon. So if you're going to be in the Patreon, you'll be having this whole list of the direct recruiters in this, i.e., whatever agency they're with. So we've been looking at those agencies already, but I want to let you see what that list was, guys.
You are a U.S. citizen willing to relocate and learn new skills. You also hold a security clearance. Well, this is for you. Minimal experience needed, high pay and military contracting jobs. These are the links and the perks. Tax-free depending on location, free housing, high salaries from $93,000 annually.
Hey, what's going on, people? Anybody out there interested in contract work? Just making this quick little video on, I guess you could say, like a contractor starter kit type thing. The number one thing on the list that you absolutely need is a passport. You need that. There are actually some companies out there that will pay for it for you. I'm not aware of which companies those are, because most of the time people just go ahead and get them out the way and, you know, be done with it. To have it expedited, the passport, because I think it takes about, I think it takes about 3 to 6 weeks. But if you have it expedited, you can get it faster than that. And I think it costs like about $180. Yeah. Another thing is in-state contracting. It does exist, but the thing about that is a lot of the times they want you to already live in the area. So say I live in Alabama and I apply for an in-state contract where it's in Texas. They're not gonna, most companies don't anyway. They have a few, but they're not gonna fly you out there. They kind of already need you to be on site living there. Another little tidbit. Your clearance level. That is something that most companies will pay for and sponsor you for. They have no issue with that. So do not apply for jobs that says, oh, you have to have a clearance. A lot of times they say that, but you know, if your resume looking good, you talk real nice to the recruiter, they'll still put you on and just get the clearance for you. It's not really that hard to get a clearance. You know, and also you can't have too much on your background, especially like non-violent crime. Well, mostly like if it's non-violent stuff, like you never paid for a speeding ticket, stuff like that, you know, that's not gonna hold you up for real. But yeah, DUIs, well, I can't even say that. Got a couple of people that I know of over here that got DUIs. I'm actually located, I'm in Qatar, by the way, at the Al-Udeid Air Base. So yeah, that's just giving a little quick little info on contracting. Anybody has any questions, hey, just reach out to me. I've been informing a lot of people here and there on how to get into this contract stuff, because life is hard back in the States and it seems like the only good money to make is over here.
Excellent point. We're going to end the videos right there. And I'm about to drop some more links, and then we'll say we're going to have these guys close out. But let's get started with let me remove this from studio and bring these back up. Here we go, screen share. Let's go to the screen share. So I'm going to start dropping some more links, guys. The first one, let me make sure I got everybody on screen, got everything on screen. Okay, cool. So remember, all this is already in the Patreon. So all you guys that are on Patreon, don't worry. You got all the links and even more in the Patreon. But the first one we're going to go to is Grander World or Garter World. And in theirs, you see, let me make sure you guys can see that. Okay, let me blow that up a little bit so it can be larger. Okay, so now you can see logistics all over. Part-time jobs, part-time, full-time jobs, careers, all over. And from Winnipeg to Toronto, all throughout Toronto. So these are Toronto, Calgary. So a lot of the job opportunities are by this website is by way of Canada. So if you guys are thinking about going to Canada, there are opportunities that are out there as well. So let me drop this link for you. We're going to go over to at least 5 or 6 links. We're going to get these done for you guys. Shout out to my brother being in the building. Shout out to you. Glad that you made it. The next one we're going to look at is for all you IT guys, all you guys that are taking Theo's classes. Shout out to Theo in the building. This is for you, for cyber clearance jobs. These are opportunities that are available for you guys right here on the international scale. So there are opportunities out there: cloud security, cybersecurity analyst, information assurance, network security, security engineering. So these opportunities out there is called Cleared Jobs. And I'm going to drop that link as well for you guys. Once again, if you are already in the Patreon, you already have all this. It's already waiting there for you. If you're a $5 member if you're just a paid member, all that is there for you, including more. The next one we're going to look at is Aeroswift. I've heard about Aeroswift a few times. Aeroswift has all type of jobs. You just put in the country that you want. I don't know why I put Colombia, but you put in the country that you want, and it takes you directly to that particular job bank. And you can also look at all the jobs at the same time. So look at all the locations: Africa, Europe. Wait a minute. Make sure I got aerospace pulled up. Oh, there we go. You've got Africa, you've got Europe, North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, Caspian, and the Middle East. So they have job opportunities in all those areas. So Aerosmith, I say Aero, but it's Aerosmith. Aerswift. I said Smith, but Aerswift. You can tell that I'm winding down. So I'm going to drop the link there. And right here, this is one that one of the young ladies mentioned. Right here. There we go. Wanted to make sure you guys could see it. And this is MSS, or in other words, MS2 USA. And these are overseas contract jobs that are available as well. They even got one for cargo in Haiti. UAE, Kuwait, Qatar. So there are opportunities that are out there for you guys to take advantage of it. So I'm going to drop this one next. Once again, if you're in the Patreon, it's already waiting for you there, so you don't have to rush to take notes or anything. And the next one, I believe that we looked at all these already. Cool. All right, let me get ready to move this out of the way so we can talk to my brother who just came in. How you doing today? Obstacles into opportunities.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Out there, man.
Yeah, he's styling over there with the little robe and
you got the robe. I'm looking at the background too.
Yeah, the sconces on the wall and all this stuff, man. You in a high-end area, I can tell, brother. You spend a little of this.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You got to use it sometimes. What's going on, brothers?
Where are you located?
Right now, I'm in Vietnam, out there in Da Nang, or I'm a little small town called Hoi An or Hoi An. just a little nice old town. And so I spent some time out there, and I'm spending a couple of months in Da Nang.
Now tell me about any experience that you have or anybody that you know when it comes to overseas contracting.
That's what I did once I got out the Corps, and it's the best thing you could do. I mean, like, comes with some cons, but way more pros in my opinion. So the sites that you were just showing are very informative. That's what I used early in my career when I was looking for overseas jobs. But again, they usually pay for your board, your room, transportation, and then they also pay you a salary. And once you're working overseas, you get the 330. Being overseas for 330 days out of the years, it gives you some tax leniencies. So I love it. It's the best thing. Smartest choice I made.
That is so true, man. How long have you been doing it?
Well, I was doing it before I retired for about 12 years.
Oh, wow. So you put
no, Dre, you didn't hear the part of that said retired. This young man is retired at how old?
32.
Now listen to that, y'all.
Now let me in this last one, man. I need to go look in the mirror and examine what I've been doing with my life.
Ready for this? They are not ready for this, Dre. I'm
trying to ready for this type of truth. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, man. It's a few of you guys I've met, man, that are retired in your late 20s, early 30s, man. Shout out to you.
Man, Hopsicles did it. He did it. He didn't let nothing deter him. He did it.
No.
Wow.
I actually learned from gentlemen on contracting. I met a lot of older folks. I've asked for advice, and one of the words of advice, they said, hey, man, I've been doing this for 25 years. I wasted a lot of money on booze. I wasted a lot of money on girls. I wasted a lot of money on divorces. Wise up. Don't make the same mistakes that I made. I've still worked for this company, and guys were like, I made over $1 million, but I never translated it into savings or investments.
Wow.
So I'm still here today. Don't do that. And I just listened. I didn't find no treasure chest. I just listened to what the older men were telling me in contracting.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent mindset to look at it. Learn from the lessons or the experiences of others. That is real good, man. So when it comes to going back to the States, do you still have any connections with your family or friends back in the States?
Yeah, I do. I mean, over the span of 20 years living overseas now, I go back every once in a while, but I have connections to America. That's where all my money is. So most of my investments are mostly still in America because it's amazing for that. But I just say outsource your life. And so I put my expenses and my living expenses in my overseas. So I live overseas and then have all my assets and make my money in America, one of the largest economies in the world. And it works out perfect. I get more bang for my buck. And I go back to the States when I need to handle some things, but also visit some family. But they also come overseas to visit me.
Oh, man, you can't beat that, man. That sounds great, man. It has just been good to have all you men come up to validate. I knew this was going to be a good show. I didn't know it was going to be this good. I won't even lie. I sat back and I said, well, we got my man, Ronan. It'll be Ronan and I. Hopefully a couple other guys will come up. And then Passport came up, and then Gamer came up, and then Obstacles came up. And I'm so glad that God used you guys to really inform guys, encourage guys, share your testimonies, let them know that it's not far-fetched, that they are able to do it. We just want to let you guys know that there is, like I always say, the reason why we have our channel is called Love Crossing Borders. We help you find love across borders or fall in love with the borders that you cross. And so this is one of the ways that you fall in love with the borders that you cross is because of the economic opportunities when it comes to overseas contract work. As I mentioned earlier, guys, and I've been mentioning this throughout the show, if you are interested in being in the WhatsApp group, it's absolutely free. There are already 60 guys in the WhatsApp group when it comes to government contract work and remote work. Those guys are looking for opportunities and hearing these type of stories as well. So definitely make sure that all you have to do is send me an email with your phone number, whatever number you use for WhatsApp, and your name, could be just your first name or your full name. But over the next couple of days, I'm going to be getting all the guys, and I've been looking at my email, all the guys that want to be in the WhatsApp group. Like I said, there's over 60 guys in there already. I will be putting you in there, no cost, no problem. I just want, and they drop all this information, all these links that we have. These links will be going into the WhatsApp group as well. So I just want you guys to realize that we're trying our best as men, especially men of color, to get the word out there, because the white brothers have already been out there. They've been sharing this thing. But
they've been running up.
Right, right.
They've been running that jokes up. And I love that you kind of put people's attention towards contracting and remote jobs. I think Ronan actually just titled it as something different, but you know, a lot of people just chase content dreams or entrepreneurial dreams, and it doesn't have to only be that. It could be all these other different things like government contracting and remote jobs. So that's not highlighted a lot. I just had a corporate job before I became a millionaire. And so it wasn't nothing that I did that was crazy, like invent a company. And so it doesn't also have to be that. It could be 9-to-5 stuff. And government contracting is, I love it. I respect it. I would go back today if I had to, and I wouldn't even feel shame. I loved it. It was nothing but an opportunity for me, and it showed me the world at the same time.
That is great to hear. Now, let me ask you this. What countries did you do your contracting in, if you don't mind?
Yeah. So after I got a Marine Corps, I was done doing the raggedy stuff. But Holland, that's the Netherlands. I was in Islamabad. I was in Niger. That's on top of Nigeria. I spent some time in Israel, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem. And I spent some time in Suriname, Brazil, all over the world. I think it's a bunch more, but I just can't remember them all at this point. Those are the big posts that I actually worked overseas, building out U.S. embassies.
Wow. And a lot of us never think about when it comes to government contracting. A lot of guys kind of step over Europe. They don't consider a lot of opportunities over there in Europe as well.
Yeah. Montenegro, I was there also. And then I did some time in Poland. So, I mean, and then also you travel while you're also overseas or finishing contracts. It's really a great job. I really couldn't complain. You definitely have to take more responsibility for your own, like, you know, retirement count. You take your own responsibility for medical. It's not like the government thing where people are saying you're super secure, but they do pay you a premium. So you just have to be wise with your own money. You know, I'll take the money instead of the benefits.
Right.
I'll buy my own benefits. And so that's what I love about it so much, is it gives you that freedom.
And that's great to hear, man. That is great to hear. Well, in closing, gentlemen, because we've been here 4 hours, and tomorrow morning I'm going to take some guys to go see the giant statue of Christ. We're going to hang out early in the morning. And tomorrow night, guys, we already know tomorrow night is movie night over on Rumble. So make sure you guys subscribe to the Rumble channel. And just go to Rumble, Love Crossing Borders, and it's there. And tomorrow night, we got a couple of great movies that we're going to enjoy like we do every Saturday evening. And in closing, I want to hear what each one of you guys have to say in closing. We're going to start with you, Obstacles. Now, do you have a YouTube channel?
No. I got off of the YouTube, so I just come in. Yeah.
Hey, he was putting out some good knowledge, man. I swear to God, I was on his channel all the time.
Yeah.
You know, it's always the Jerry Springer, Maury Povich thing that gets more the clicks and views.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Knowledge. You know?
Yeah. Now,
you see him participated.
Yeah, no, and shout outs to everybody too. And shout outs to you, Rodan. I know you always support it, but I did it more so of an asset protection thing. My lawyer was like, get your tail up off the internet giving financial advice like that. So he was like, so I was like, yeah, say less. So net, I would say though, one of the most important things that you even just said prior was, guys, get in a group of like-minded individuals, sign up. It's crazy. It only costs like, people be charging $1, $10, like, you know, to get in these groups that will fundamentally change your life. It's not what you know, it's who you know a lot of times, especially in contracting, just knowing the websites, dealing with people who could just even speak to the contracting officer and just be like, here's a resume from my friend, 6-figure job. it's like ridiculous once you just have that connection. And when
True.
you don't have it and you don't know, that's the problem. But really, $5, $10 cheaper than a degree. And so I've always leveraged what is it called? YouTube University, and just connected with people all the time. And then on the back end, whether they had courses or whatever, I just signed up for them. And I'm not even selling courses. I'm just telling you from my experience, that has done way more for me than any degree could ever do. No disrespect to the institutions, but it is just what it is. So definitely link up with people like that and get in the right group that is moving forward, and they can hook it up and make it happen. But you got to do the work too.
There we go. Anything else you want to share in closing?
Nah, man, shout outs to everybody. You could do anything you want. I used to say obstacles to opportunity. You could achieve anything, man. You can come from the bottom all the way to the top and create the best life for you. You have the freedom and the choice. Don't have a negative mindset. I love America. I love the world. I love my life. I created the Garden of Eden right here on earth. And you could do the same. Don't bite the apple.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Next we've got coming up is my man Passport and Blueprints. Passport Blueprint. Let's hear what Passport Blueprint has to say.
I'm sorry, I've been having some internet issues. I apologize for that, guys. Basically, guys, if you've been here this whole time, this is some high level stuff. This is not this whole new little scheme for, passport bros that do in Colombia, Bolivia, and Brazil, and all these other places. This is high level stuff, man. This is life changing. It's really experiencing the world, but you got to be open to go to different places, man, instead of the known 4 places that everybody goes to. And there's no disrespect to those countries, but if you're going to go to these countries, you got to live there. You might as well just get one of these type of contracts if they exist in these countries. Be part of that community and stuff. This is why, having these type of jobs is very, very important. Not to mention the current economic situation we're dealing with. People are losing their jobs. I got laid off my job, So right now I'm spending time, training up, for better positions. So I'm going to be out there putting in for other jobs and stuff like that overseas, doing contract stuff, doing overseas stuff. Prepare yourself for these things, because we don't know how long this economic turmoil is going to be. And it's pretty much more of a reset from the pandemic, everything's resetting. So you really have to prepare yourself. I just stumbled onto this tonight. I ain't really had no plans to be here, but I'm glad to, to help out, Andre and Ronan, with the information that I have on contracting and stuff like that, because I've hung out with a lot of contractors. I know a lot of people who've done contracting. They hit me up on the game. They tell me what I need to do, and I'm, right now I'm in the position I'm going to do it. And I'm going to try to make that money. I'm going to pad my pension up, my 401k, and in the next 5-6 years, that's it. I'm just going to chill and just relax and maybe live overseas, but this is a great way of doing it. And right now, you just saw testimonies on these videos that you don't really need to have that much of a skill set to get certain jobs. So it's up to you guys. You can follow the crash out dummies, or you can follow guys with common sense and know what they're doing and know what they're talking about, and you can be successful. And at the same time, when you're done, go get yourself something overseas and just live it out. So I know we got a lot of smart people in this chat, so I ain't got nothing to worry about. But we're here to help you, and if you want that guidance, I'm more than happy to help you. Oh,
did we lose Andre?
I've been having it. I thought it was me.
No, that's all of us. I had a blackout earlier, or brownout. So
yeah, but basically, just to kind of keep it rolling until he gets back. Obstacles of opportunity. When he has channel, he was dropping some serious knowledge, and I was listening to some
a lot of his shows. And these are brothers you really need to attach yourself to. Theo Wap, he's in the building. He's doing his IT training. That's another brother you need to link in with and learn from him. All of us are here to drop knowledge, and this is the community you really need to be with, not this crash out dummy dudes trying to live some fancy ass lifestyle overseas, faking the funk. This is it, man. Getting into doing overseas contracting work. 1 year you're making 100 grand and stuff like that. That's going to take care of your bills, dude.
Yeah.
Your bills are done. And
shout out to Obstacles. He pulls out a Theo is the plug. He is. If you guys don't know who Theo Wolf is, get connected. If you guys want to do cybersecurity and get into that realm, and have the opportunity to apply for a lot of these jobs, whether they be in the United States or overseas, cybersecurity is the wave. I mean, AI is another one. There are all these new technological things where you can get certified in these jobs in these different fields and open up the whole world to you, literally, for opportunities in different jobs. So, plug into these guys, Obstacles, and Andre, with I'm a part of his WhatsApp group, and some of the links that he's put in there, just simple jobs that you can do even at home. Southwest airline job that pays you at least 5 figures overseas. You can do that online. So come on. There is no reason brothers need to be starving out here. You either just don't want it and you're making excuses, or you're going to want it. But the opportunities are out there, as you can see. There is no reason why, if a brother really wants to make money, he can't set up a plan and start executing. There's a thing in sales we always say: how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You at least got to set up the plan in order to start to demolish the elephant that's in front of you. And then you go at it, you attack it, and don't give up. Yeah, you can take setbacks. Life happens. There are always going to be setbacks. It's how you get up and recover from it that makes you the person you're going to be. Okay? Nobody executes everything perfectly every time. That's an impossibility.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But you got to keep pushing forward. You got to keep making a plan. I was supposed to be here a year ago, but it was only going to be for a couple months. Now I'm here and I can stay as long as I want. But the whole point is you got to set that plan, and then you got to start pushing that ball down the hill and get that motion going. Once you get that emotion, everybody in sales used to stand up. A lot of people used to sit in cubicles. In sales, motion creates emotion. When you stand up, your personality takes more excitement that comes in. ABC, always be closing. There always are things that you can learn from other things that gain knowledge. And if you guys aren't taking that knowledge you've learned from other jobs, other positions, and reapplying it to your own personal gratification, then you're wasting. You're wasting your time, you're wasting your efforts, and you're wasting your growth potential.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to, go ahead.
Yeah, Ronan's absolutely right, man. Who you listen to is going to matter. So, I thank Andre for having this show because, like I said, I just stumbled onto it. And this is a great show. And I will send an email to join the WhatsApp app group. Guys, if you really want to do the overseas stuff, I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible, and you just got to listen to the right people. If you're listening to these dudes that just want to sit here and try to flex overseas and stuff like that and brag about how many women dude, you're going down the wrong path. This is the path we need to be on as Black men to make that type of money, so that way we can live a good life, man. This is what we need to be at, because right now we don't know what's the economy is going to be like in the next couple of years. So I would jump on this as soon as we can and try to do something overseas or here, bank up our money, take care of our debt, save up for the future, because you never know what's going to happen. And this is the easiest and quickest way to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to let you gentlemen go because we're about to get ready for these outros. I appreciate you guys being here. I really do. I love doing this episodes. This is probably easily one of my favorite episodes to do when it comes to getting information out to guys. Every 6 months we do either the crypto, what's going on in crypto, and then we do one that has to do with contract work. And I kid you not, I want to hear more guys with more testimonies the next time we come together, whether it be 6 months from now or a year from now. I want to at least hear from more guys in the comment section that said, I applied or I reached out to a recruiter on LinkedIn. I paid for the upgrade version of LinkedIn just so I can do this, or I can get this certification, or whatever it may be. I graduated from Theo's courses in regards to getting my certification, or I started his courses. Whatever it is, we want to hear within the next 6 months that you've tried to do something. Because what's going on now, such as my brother Passport just said, we do not know what the economies globally are going to be looking like, especially in the United States. It's not going back. And just in case you guys are wondering if the tariff prices have started, they haven't. The tariff prices haven't even started hitting you guys yet. So you guys think it's bad now with all these layoffs? Wait until these tariff prices, even though they've done the negotiations, the boats have already been sent. Those companies that have already made negotiations when the tariffs were high, those products still have to be put on the shelves. And you guys are going to have to still pay for those products when the tariffs were high until the new items come to the United States. So shout out to all you guys. I really appreciate all that you're doing. We got tonight's sponsor showing some love. Rosarino. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Blame it on my head, not my heart. He said, just blessing the stream is going to be major connections made in this space for the right people. He said, my email has been sent. Great to you. Shout out to you and all the guys that have been sending emails. Appreciate you, Andre. Go Army. Shout out to all your Army guys and the sponsor and all you military guys out there. Yes, sir. I appreciate all you guys and all you guys supporting the channel, whether it be Patreon, whether it be YouTube, whether it be by Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chats. We appreciate that. Like I said, tomorrow is movie night. We got 2 movies. I'm about to drop the link to our Rumble page, and then we're going to get up out of here with some outros. Let me get that Rumble page.
Trey, let me get a snapback on that Go Army thing real quick.
Yes, sir.
Don't you dare!
Everybody can't be us. Everybody can't be a Marine. I'm sorry.
Don't you dare!
I won't touch it. I won't touch it.
You hate us because you can't be us. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
We can't. That's right. We can't be the. That's right. We can't.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. Okay. We can't be the dance partners for the Navy. Okay, I understand that.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wow. These dudes coming with the.
Wow. Hey.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm about to drop the link to the Rumble channel and let you guys see. Just be the last thing that we're gonna have on the screen. As you guys can see with the Love Crossing Borders channel, let me blow this up a little bit more. You guys can see just about every week we watch some movies. Last week we watched The 5 Deadly Venoms and Cooley High. The week before we watched Superfly. The week we watched Coffee with Pam Grier, and we watched Dolomite. We've watched the 3 the Hard Way. We've watched Enter the Dragon. What else have we watched? Oh, we started off with Trucker and Uptown Saturday Night. And we also watch Car Wash, and we watch Let's Do It Again. So we've been at this for a couple of months, guys. So if you want to really on a Saturday night and you ain't got nothing to do and you want to watch a double feature like we used to have when we were young, all you got to do is click on the link to the Rumble, and you can join us on a Saturday evening and show some love by just showing up, have your drink in hand, have your popcorn, Shout out to my man Dollar Bills with the $10 love, man. We appreciate you guys, man, showing us some love tonight, man. Really do. And I'm glad that we were able to show you guys some love. Man, you just don't know how much I really appreciate you gentlemen showing up and confirming a lot of things that I've been mentioning regarding this particular genre of employment opportunity. Because like I mentioned before, and I'm going to end with this, a lot of guys don't realize that your is like, let's go back to what Theo taught us during the conclave. When it comes to employment, there's a blue ocean and there's a red ocean. The blue ocean are those that very few people are going after these jobs. They very few have the skill set or even the mindset to go after these particular jobs. The red ocean are people that have to apply for 3,000 or 500 or 200 applications to hopefully get one interview. And that's where everybody are in the United States because of what's going on with Musk and Trump as far as the layoffs, because of what's going on with the tariffs and things like that. So at the end of the day, it's hard to live in a country with the red ocean. But you guys have learned tonight at least one more way to look for employment in the blue ocean, where very few people are. There aren't that many sharks in this particular ocean, in the blue ocean. So guys, take advantage of it, because you're one of the few people that came, stay here for 4 hours and actually learn and gleaned off of these gentlemen. And I am not about to put up Ronan's comment because he's about to start from me. But let's get ready to go to the outro, gentlemen. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow night. Love you guys, man. I really do. I really love you, and I keep us all
appreciate you,
in
brother.
our prayer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And thank you again, Passport Blueprint. Glad
Not
that
a
you made
problem.
it. Yes, sir. Let's get ready to get a good outro going. Let's just keep it smooth. I'll do one outro tonight.
Living for weekends, wishing I could take a break from this world. Running on a hamster wheel, but searching for something I can't feel. I just wanna be a lost girl and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate above the ground and make eye contact with clouds. Now I'm rising, I'm soaring above it. It all, I just wanna be free. Finally, I wanna be free. I wanna be free. I wanna be free. I always stay dreaming, never imagined I lose my spark. Living in this crazy time, putting back the pieces of my mind. I know how to run from the dark and fly. Take a breath, feel my wings spread, levitate into the clouds. I'm so high above the ground. I'm rising, I'm soaring above it. It all, I just wanna be free. Finally, I wanna be free. I could.